We are live. Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 73. And we got a lot going on. This is the season premiere. This is the first episode of the fourth season. How are you, Cole?
Pretty good.
This is good news. What about you, Gray? How are you?
Ups and downs. About the time we ended the podcast yesterday, I saw that one of my sugar gliders apparently attacked another one. So I was up all night, like calling exotic vets, trying to see if any of them could take her in for emergency surgery. None of them could. So then I was calling around a bunch of them today once they all opened, and yeah, got her taken care of. She got surgery. She's doing good. But yeah, it's been a fun, interesting time. And it sucks because this is the week that I wanted to talk about these movies the most. There's some really interesting ones. So, yeah, it's been a really interesting couple of days. Yeah. How about yourself, Multi? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm just done making the Bible for a fantasy novel I plan on making, and this is taking a lot of time, but I enjoyed doing it because I think it's important to lay out some important foundation for any great story. Anyhow, I just got my mic in purpose. So what topic have you seen, Gray?
So I've seen everything except for the three TV shows. Sorry, I saw Invincible. I'm trying to bring up the list right now. Basically the three shows I didn't see. I didn't see Powers, Agent of Shield, or Cloak and Dagger, but everything else I've seen.
That's still a great number, like seeing all these movies, it's amazing, Gray. I'm always impressed, bro. You're doing the work. That's good. Um,
Well, you guys did like three actual seasons of shows on top of that, so I appreciate it, but it feels like I'm still coming in a bit short.
it's fine. Like we are used to it. And I'm kind of lucky. Like I ate my schedule and the place I work at, but there's one good thing: it's stable where I am, and it's only the weekends. I still like work my full week like that. Like I work 32 hours in 3 days. That's why like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are like dead for me. But the rest of the week, I just got free time. I searched for a job on the side, but nothing is coming up. Anyhow, I got lots of time. That's why we can do this. Um, anyhow, I suggest we could start with Full Metal Jacket. So I'm curious to hear about both of you because I know I will sound very different, but
Yeah, I'm
I'm
really
curious.
curious to hear your opinion on this.
Yeah.
It is kind of a classic. I got a feeling me and Cole are going to come in similar on this, but
Yeah. Well, listen.
yeah.
Anytime you say the word classic, Malty's gonna give it a 7. But anyway, yeah, this was I thought was a fantastic film as well. Again, this is I believe the second last of Stanley Kubrick, and we'll get
That's
to the
correct.
last later. Yes, which sadly I won't have too much to say about, but we'll get to that. But yeah, this I thought was fantastic though. Like the basically two uh, parts of this film. The first one with like the sergeant, and then the other one on the actual battlefield. And yeah, the first part is just like incredible with how they depicted all that, like so much so that like all the war movies that came afterwards, like especially like Hacksaw Ridge, try to like kind of do the same thing, kind of copy the scene, but don't to as full effect though. This actor was just incredible in this and so realistic. Like it might seem over the top or cartoonish. However, the thing is that if you know the Vietnam War, that was literally dumb back then. They were cartoonish and over the top like that because they were really trying to make like killers on the American side, basically. So it was pretty accurate, and he did show some like humanity, humility, whatever you call it, near the end though, with some scenes. But yeah, they weren't really allowed to show it, and then you could see the full effect of it, with somebody's who kind of weak, going into the war there, and seeing him just go insane, like that's pretty accurate as well back then, and it was incredible just like watching that all just happen in real time. Just incredible acting there and everything, and I just love the scenes, love the visuals, everything of that first part. And yeah, also if you didn't realize, yeah, they were drafted in the Vietnam War, so yeah, all the people, that's the thing that a lot of people nowadays seem to forget because they're like, why should we respect Vietnam veterans? America went to war against Vietnam for no reason. They killed innocent civilians. They claimed were soldiers. It's like you're forgetting that all the people who went there were forced to. So yes, that's why you should. But yeah, and that shows it. Like I'm sure the guy who was weak as fuck at the start wouldn't have signed up himself. All right, but yeah, incredible and all the there are some characters who aren't as memorable, but I mean that's fine because there's so many characters in the film, and this is supposed to be because it's a war film. But most of the characters are super memorable to me, especially the two main characters. Really fantastic job. And then the second half. Now, the second half, a lot of people, well, not I wouldn't say a lot, but a good chunk of people, they say this is why to them it's one of his weaker films in their opinion, and they give it more like an 8 out of 10 or something. It's because of the second half. They say they think is a lot weaker, which I disagree with. Though I think it's just as amazing as the first act. I feel like literally it's just like they were entertained by that guy screaming in that whole first act. So then once you get to the second half, they're all fucking bored. It feels like some of these audience members, like the same ones who like Django Unchained and films like that so much. But I mean, the second half I think just is amazing though, like all the messages and things that it like goes over, and just how fucking monstrous the fucking thing is, and how they're just like shooting random civilians in that helicopter, like hell yeah, we're heroes, like, and many other things, and just like the fake interviews and everything. It's just incredible and just depicts it perfectly back then. Like I know there's a lot of war films over years that it's like it can be a bit cliche, just the message and of it, just like the horrors, and then they don't go much further with it. But I wouldn't say this is one of them. I would say this goes a lot more with it, and it also just executes scenes really well, and just like every filmmaking and storytelling aspect, and especially that end in there, which is just incredible with the last shot there. So yeah, it's my opinion on it. But yeah, I would say this was an amazing war film. I wouldn't say it's one of the best war films. I would say one of the best would probably be more something like Apocalypse Now. But yeah, still amazing. So I mean, did you want to go next, Multi, or did Gray want to?
Let me go on this, and then we'll kind of we'll let Multi shit on this film afterwards. But I think this is way better than Apocalypse Now for me. So Apocalypse Now is a great film. Platoon's a pretty good film too. There's a few other ones that kind of depict this era, but there's something special about Full Metal Jacket. It's just every Kubrick film, like he doesn't hit you over the head with a message. It's open to multiple interpretations, and that's just the thing with this one. There's so many people who take it as this is a complete anti-war film. This is an anti-army film. There's so many ways to like actually take this. But I really dig this one. Prior to the rewatch of Barry Lyndon, I think this would have been my second favorite Kubrick film. Now I think it is dropped down to 3. I just don't think I understood Barry Lyndon the first time I saw it. It wasn't what I was expecting. But yeah, with Full Metal Jacket, I don't know. It is such an interesting thing to have 2 3-act, essentially like an entire piece that is part 1, 3 acts, part 2, 3 acts. So it's 6 acts, but it somehow plays as a full feature. It's interesting to do. I really dig it. And the first half, I do think, is a little bit stronger, but it doesn't have quite that same message. Unless you interpret it as dehumanization, which I've heard a couple interesting theories on this. That it was kind of his take on dehumanization, and that's what you'd have to do to get an average person to start viewing other average humans as the enemy, as nothing that, you know, you should weep about, nothing that you should think twice about. Your first action is to kill. That's what you have to do. Otherwise, you will be killed. I don't know. It's really interesting, but for them to bring in, for Kubrick to bring in Arlie Ermy as the drill sergeant, it's just amazing. I'm not sure if you know kind of the history of that multi. That dude actually was a military drill sergeant. He wasn't like just some actor in this role. He was extremely green in acting. This was his first role, as I understand it. But he had gone to Vietnam twice, and he had voluntarily enlisted for that. And then he is a was a drill sergeant just prior to this. This
That's
kind of started his acting career.
that's interesting. So this is why I thought it was the best part of this first half.
Hmm.
It was amazing. And yeah, I will
It
let
has a
you
real
continue.
authenticity to it, for sure. And then you know, Vincent D'Onofrio, that is just amazing. I, I just I don't know. With it being you know, a draft, you wouldn't exactly get the best and the brightest. And I don't know, just to see the different tactics that they use on Private Pile. It is you know, it's interesting. So you've got Arlie Ermy's version of it. And then you get Matthew Modine, Joker's more kind of nurturing version of it. And then Arlie Ermy turns it back over to the entire like platoon or whatever barracks to make sure that he falls in line. It's weird intimidation tactics, but I don't know. It's just interesting to see it depicted in this way. And then when people talk about the Kubrick stare, like they really are talking about like Jack Nicholson when he's chasing them, or when he's kind of frozen in the hedge maze, or they're talking about Vincent D'Onofrio here, where he's you know, on the toilet, just about to pass boot camp. But I don't know. There's just something haunting about the way that he keeps doing that kind of your head down but looking up, just kind of a lower point of view. It is kind of amazing. It's been replicated so many times, but I think this really captures that kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, like sheer terror and I don't know, like insanity in the character's eyes. But there's just such amazing performances. And then to just kind of hard cut from that to being in the actual war. I think this to me is one of the most memorable actual like war parts of it. You know, like it wouldn't be constant fighting, like you would be on leave and you would have these kind of strange interactions. I don't know. It's interesting to see the mindset. You know, like you'd have to essentially dehumanize people in order to kill them. I don't know. It's just an interesting exploration to see like how you would treat civilians and that same thing. I don't know. There's been a bunch of other pictures that have kind of depicted inhumane treatment to civilians in wartime, but I don't know. This is one that really sticks with me. And yeah, just the whole scene at the end with the sniper. You know, that has always kind of stuck with me. I actually had kind of forgotten which film that was in. I saw this film way too young, but I don't know. For some reason, just that whole series kind of stuck with me, and I just remembered the whole experience of being pinned down. And I'd have to think that that kind of has also inspired a whole bunch of other takes on it. I feel like I get a lot of that from when they're kind of pinned in by a sniper in Saving Private Ryan. But there's just so many like iconic things about this, and just the way that it's done. It doesn't seem to glorify it. It's not, you know, rah, America is coming in here and saving the day. It is a unique war, and it's told in a really unique way. I can't say enough good about this film. It's like all of Kubrick's, where it can be interpreted multiple ways, and it doesn't leave you feeling like super happy at the end, but it definitely leaves you thinking about it. Again, I would urge you to give it a second watch at some time, Multi. Like once you're kind of not focused on the actual story, like you can see a lot more of what he adds to these, because he does take an existing story, but then he keeps adding like little things into it, into the background, into the details, to the point when we get to the next one, Yeah, the guy who wrote that one is nonstop and talking smack on him for like 20 something years now. So yeah, I think it's a really good film to see. I think there's so much that happens in it, but yeah, it's definitely a tough film to watch. But yeah, a lot of it just sticks with you. I'm surprised how much of the dialogue I actually remembered upon this rewatch. But yeah, what did you think about it, Multi?
I'd like to start by saying it's funny all guys expect me to hate the movie already, but that was funny because Cole is not that far. Um so I have a few issues with this movie, and because this is a so-called classic, I did struggle because I have hard time with older
It's not so
movies.
called, man. Like everyone has it on like their top 50 list. Usually, it is a classic.
Anyhow, I can see the appeal. I can see why people like it so much. I just didn't connect as much with it as both of you. My first issue would be the head shaving scene went on for way too long. I was like, okay, it was cool seeing like two, three guys getting their head shaved, but then like it goes on for like 5 minutes.
Well, I
Maybe
mean,
I
I think that was
exaggerate a
mainly
bit,
like in
but
the credits. Though, was when the credits was going on, wasn't it?
yeah, but like entertain me more than just showing people getting their head shaved,
I,
you know.
I mean, that's
Losing
the
their
start.
individuality.
Yeah, it's like that's the start of every kind of like when you go into the war. I mean, if they were
Yeah.
like they could have done other things, but then it would be over top of the scenes with the sergeant at the beginning, and that would have ruined the scenes by having the credits there. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters too much. I mean, you don't want to show like great scenes while the credits are rolling there in the opening.
So my second issue, I did like the scene where there was some kind of screaming party where he's tearing everyone apart. But I also thought it went on for too long. I was like, okay, I get it. He's meant to like crush their souls. I get it.
Wait, what? Really? Really? But it's supposed to be like a realistic adaptation. Like it's in real time.
Can you honestly tell me that you didn't learn some new insults to yell at people?
Yeah.
That's why I say I still enjoyed it, but I thought that went for too long.
Yeah, but
That's the thing.
if every single scene of it was still like incredible, then I mean, can you really judge it for going on for a
Yes,
while?
it goes too long.
Jeez, I
Anyhow,
mean, I disagree. If it's good, it's good. Like, I mean,
so the next issue, at some point, they are telling instead of showing the story involving the rain and the blood trail. I can't remember what that refers to, but I remember they were like two
It was
characters
the
talking.
story. They were trying to make him say that, like, yes, they were killed, so that it would be more of a positive, like, report back that yes, there were bodies found, but it was raining too heavy, so they couldn't.
They should have showed
To,
it instead of
uh,
just
yeah,
telling
I
him.
mean, I think it kind of like fits with the message, like them not showing it though, because a big part of it was like they kind of hide, even with their own soldiers during the war. With a lot of people, they tried to hide the truth in front of them, so they kind of just like tell instead
and that
of
was kind
show.
of showing that, like, he would be part of the propaganda, essentially.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But sorry to hijack your portion of this, but can you honestly say that you'll look at a jelly donut the same way going forward? I mean,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. Anyhow, the last issue I have, but it's throughout the movie. Like I don't have a specific example. It's just like the humor overall. It did land a lot, but a lot of times I'm like, it didn't age well. It's not funny anymore. Like 50 years later, but as I said, like the humor did land, but at other point it didn't, and it just felt like it aged not that well. Anyhow, I was entertained by the movie. I liked the kind of boot camp general, or I don't know what, like the guy screaming at people. I also thought the first half of the movie was much better than the second half. I'd say like it's not necessarily an issue because the second half the story was compelling enough, but In the second half, the characters are kind of forgettable, but the point of the second act is more like the story and the message about war and stuff. But I think that's why I liked more the first half. I liked the character in the first half, and the entire training portion, and everyone going after that fat kid. That was endearing. It's like very sad, and he got twisted, and then he basically went nuts. Um, that was entertaining, and the fact that he was really bad at most of the things except for shooting felt like something really American could be, because in America guys have guns. So
Damn straight.
because of that, I'm like, okay, that can make sense that he sucks at everything except for shooting. um that's very American, and it's interesting. um
Yeah, and that is something that would happen with drafts too. It's not like they only choose people of a certain IQ. It's like everybody gets the letter. So yeah, you would be stuck with some people who would be not capable of it. But it is a machine, so they're going to keep pushing you through. It's not like they would have just said like, "Yeah, this guy's not right material." Nah, he's got to go through. So then that's where that intimidation factor comes in, where you can keep trying to find different ways to ratchet up, making him get up to the level that he's supposed to be at. But I don't know, just there's such I don't know, the way that he looks at Joker as like a 10-year-old when he's like showing him how to lace up his boots and everything. Like I don't know, he just comes off so childlike. It's an interesting depiction. I think that might be my favorite role, even with Kingpin in the white suit.
yeah, and the action and the music in this movie are really good and well made for the time. um I also enjoyed the message about war not being about freedom. I really like that. I'm like, okay, like they're aware that war is sometimes wrong. And you're even more aware of it when you realize that the other side used kids with snipers, and then you basically end a kid life because he was on the, in quote, wrong side from you. Um it was just a really good movie with a fitting ending, and the reaction of people from seeing like people dying from war was interesting. um and that bathroom scene, like where he basically ends his own life and the other bully life, that was a great scene that was well made, and the build up to it toward it was really good. Anyhow, I don't have much more to say. I I don't think I see myself rewatching the movie. Um, Not because it's a bad movie. I don't think it's a bad movie, but I just didn't connect that well with it. And for me to rewatch something, I need to connect with it, and that's a big thing. Like,
You might be surprised. Like with Kubrick's, like I'm not kidding. Like every time I've watched it, I've gotten something else out of it. Like it doesn't matter which one. Like I was not looking forward to watching Eyes Wide Shut. I got something completely different out of it
Yeah,
this time.
and for me, that's an amazing film when we get to it. But sadly, I didn't have a chance to rewatch it, so I won't be saying much at all about that topic. But yeah.
but you see, Eyes Wide Shut, I would most likely rewatch it for sure.
Oh,
I
really? Wow.
really enjoyed it a lot. And
Really, I thought all the
yeah,
bedroom fun would be like, nah, I don't want to ever see
I
this again.
I will repeat myself because I think you miss what I really meant that when it happened with Gen V. Gen V, it took away from what mattered and what was important for me and the story, and it didn't add up. It just took away, like it just made me waste some times. But movies like Eyes Wide Shut is a movie about relationship. There's a trailer, there's mystery, and like
Hmm.
relationship is crucial and important. That's part of the plot. So I'm fine with that,
Yeah,
But Gen
and
V
that's
felt
got
like it
quite
took
a
away.
twist there. Holy fuck.
Yeah, but anyhow, I see myself
So
rewatching.
we got a new Christmas movie though.
Oh my. Okay.
Yeah, show this to your family at Christmas. They'll love it.
Anyhow, I see myself rewatching any of the other movies. Maybe not Halloween. I don't like horror, but um, Doctor Sleep. I liked it enough. Eyes Wide Shut. I liked it enough. And Napoleon as well. I think that movie, Full Metal Jacket, is surely better than Halloween, but um, it's not a masterpiece for me at all. Anyhow, I
I
think
mean,
it's time.
hold on. I will say one thing though. Would you rewatch the first half though, just not the second half?
Maybe the first half I would actually rewatch it because I liked it a lot. And this goes back to what I say a lot. Character for me matter more than story. Um,
You need to watch Drive. Then we'll have to show them that.
like that's why I like so much Gran Turismo, and that's why I would rather watch Gran Turismo than The Killer. Even if The Killer was really cool and at charisma, I still think Gran Turismo had more to offer to me at least. Um, but anyhow, my grade for Full Metal Jacket is a 7.5 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
Uh, it's between a 9.5 or a 10. I would say, yeah, this is definitely another banger from Stanley Kubrick. Not one of my favorites out of his full filmography. I would take. I mean, actually, hold on. Let me see for a second. His. Yeah, I would probably take. The Shine In 2001, A Clockwork Orange, Barry Lyndon. Over this. Yeah, but I would probably say then it's right there, and then Paths of Glory, and then Doctor Strangelove, just because I do think it is a masterpiece and a classic. Just not something I'm personally as into as compared to the others, and then probably Eyes Wide Shut to finish it off, which yeah we'll get to later.
Yeah. What about you, Gray? What would be your grade out of 10 for this movie?
I'm trying to remember what I gave Barry Lyndon, which shouldn't be hard because it was just last week. I'm definitely going to start taking notes now, going forward, because I haven't done that today. But I think I would go. I think I gave Barry Lyndon like a 9.5. So if that's the case, I think it's like just under that for me. So like a 9.4. I don't know. It's above a 9, but it's slightly below Barry Lyndon for me. It's number 3 in my Kubrick hierarchy, if you will. I really like this film, and it's so powerful. And they've shown that boot camp scene to a whole bunch of different Marines, and they all basically say, like, yeah, that's pretty accurate. It is a crazy depiction, and it has been parodied so many times. It's been, there's so many like skits of boot camp. It's always kind of choosing this version of it. It really is an amazing and powerful film, and I can understand it not being anyone's favorite Kubrick film, but yeah, I think there's so much going on that like it warrants more than one watch, but I can understand not wanting to see it again. Like there's a bunch of films that are kind of like that to me. Like now I'm blanking on it, but yeah, there's a bunch of them that it's they're powerful and they're moving, but I don't feel like I need to experience that whole like flood of everything again. Yeah,
So,
but I think I would go like about 9.5, but the lowest end of that, I guess.
yeah, so like the way I see it, usually if I grade a movie more than an 8, usually I will most likely rewatch it for fun. Sometimes like there are other cases where I know it's a bad movie, but I liked it. Like The Marvels is the perfect example. I know it's a bad movie, but I liked it. Or Blue Beetle is another example like that. It's a bad movie that I liked. So I see myself rewatching these, but like if I value a movie like this, like Full Metal Jacket. I know it's not a bad movie, but I just didn't like it enough to like rewatch it. But that's just me. That's how I work out. And even there, like some of my favorite movies, like Triangle of Sadness. I see myself rewatching it. I just don't have the time. I keep mentioning that. You gotta see that, Dre. That's like one of the best comedy out there. Like that was made last year, and I quite enjoyed it
Oh,
a
yeah,
lot.
that shit was hilarious.
Yeah, that's like a masterpiece. I don't see any movie beating this.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just don't
We'll
see it.
definitely have to like get to a few of the other director's films that he made as well. Before that, only issue is I believe they're. I don't know if they're in French, but they aren't in English, so would have to
Oh
probably find
my!
a dub unless they're in French. I don't know.
If they are in French, I'm good with it. But you guys
I
may
mean, let's
struggle with it.
see. Let's see. Okay, well, this one is okay. Well, one of them at least is in French. Okay, Force Majeure. Okay.
Oh, I think I've heard about it.
Yeah, I watched it in writing class in grade 11. But yeah, and then the other one was the Square, like the Square, Force Majeure, and Triangle of Sadness are his main three. Okay, well, the second one is in English, Swedish, and Danish, so I'll
Oh my,
probably have
no
to find a
thanks.
dub for that one.
Art pass. Anyhow, I suggest now we go down the drain with something really bad that I don't think anybody can defend. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Wait,
Halloween
Napoleon?
2007.
well, no, Napoleon. But here's the thing, though. This no, I actually like
Halloween.
I'm not defending it as a good film because it's not a good film. But I will, say I don't think this is as bad though as people say.
Bruh.
That's just me, but
I was bashing my head on my bed, bro.
I mean,
This movie is
let's
as bad
look
as
at all the
Demon.
other films you watched.
Okay, so we're talking about
Come
Halloween
on, look at all the other
2007,
films
the
like Halloween.
Rob Zombie one, right?
I
Okay.
Yes,
I
yes,
think the one that
yeah,
basically tried to humanize Michael Myers for like the first half an
yeah.
hour.
I don't
That
know.
was actually the
I
best
don't
part
know.
of it, but right after that,
Yeah, I mean, I
it
don't know,
went
like
downhill fast.
humanize, but yeah, that's like the main issue a lot of hardcore fans bring up, and I'll get to that. I
I
guess I'll
was
start
fine with
again.
it until they decided, oh, we no longer do this shit. It's like, bruh, you did that for like half an
Well,
hour, and now you shift your guns. You're like, oh, let's put
yeah,
me back at just making him a bad guy.
I mean, I don't know, like humanize, you just have to like show the downfall though. Like, a lot of psychopaths, grow up in like shitty homes like that. So I mean, it's realistic, or
Yeah,
is that just
I as I said, like the
sorry?
first
Did I
half an
cut off?
hour, yeah, like the first half an hour works. It's the rest of the movie that is shitty.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that. Yeah, like so. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, the start of that, like again, the first like 30 minutes or so. Yeah, I mean, it works for me. Now again, a lot of hardcore fans hate it because it's like, why are you giving Michael Myers an origin? Like this is dumb, and it's like humanizing him to an extent, and also like sort of like with Master Chief's part of the appeal is not known truly like kind of who he is and or if he's even like human or just like this the shape or whatever which they call him and which we'll learn more about in the newer ones which are I would say probably just as bad if not worse but I mean however at least they did it they tried to do something new with it there at least even if it was kind of a dumb thing to do and at the very least so I mean it was well done for the most part and there's some good acting mainly from the kid actor all right and also the doctor which we'll see more of in the film which by the way the one doctor character in Dr. Loomis in this film, this and the second Rob Zombie one is played by the lead actor in A Clockwork Orange. So, fun fact
Oh
there.
yeah, Malcolm McDowell.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, and there are a lot of interesting bits with it at least, and especially with like the bully character, how he just like fucking does that. And had a decent moments there. Now the second half, then obviously definitely a lot worse, and yeah, I wouldn't really call it like good. It basically it tries, go more of just like a traditional slasher route, kind of like Friday the 13th. And there are moments where it's all right, but there are moments where it's really bad. Um, I kind of find it interesting some of the new things they tried doing with like the with her finding out that they're related and stuff. But yeah, it wasn't too well done though at all, really. Yeah, at the very least, so it's has a very like distinct style, like really gritty style, and that's something you'll like I don't know if we'll watch how many in the future of his films we'll watch. Rob Zombie also, I believe he started out as like an artist or something, but or singer, but I mean he's definitely has a unique style, you could say. Let me just like try to pull up his
He started as both. So he was an artist on Pee Wee Herman, Pee Wee's Playhouse, like way back in the day. And then he was in White Zombie, who are amazing. If you don't know White Zombie, do yourself a favor. Learn White Zombie. And then he switched to solo because he couldn't get along with any of his band. So he became Rob Zombie.
So this is basically his like filmography, just mainly these ones here. And yeah, some of them are pretty good actually. Like I would say The Devil's Reject, and mainly that, and also House of a Thousand Corpses. Others, especially this one, not so much, but he definitely has a distinct style. It's like, if the best way I would describe it is like a mix of grindhouse, like Texas Chainsaw, and with a mix of like the equivalent of like going to like a Halloween costume store. That's the best way to describe it. And you could at least like see that there in the Rob Zombie one. He at least tried to like do certain things, which I respect. I don't think this is a garbage film or anything. Now it is definitely not a good film really at all. I'm not gonna defend it, but I don't think it's at all as like as bad as certain other films, especially for its time. Like like a lot of the, besides H2O, where I would say it's probably like maybe on par with this. Like a lot of those other recent films, Halloween films we just watched before it, I would say they're all worse than it. But yeah, that's just my opinion, I guess. And also the movement of the guy who played Michael Myers was okay, I guess, but definitely not as good as the original or even the guy in the newer ones that we'll see later. But yeah, I mean, who wants to go next, I guess?
Yeah, I could kind of go from there. I agree with some of what you're saying. It's not the worst. So I think it's better than the whole like Cult of Thorn thing. So the original Halloween 5 and 6, it's way better than that timeline. It's way better than Resurrection. Other than that, this would be my least favorite. So this is like number 3 least favorite for me. Although I am willing to be wrong with these new ones. To be honest, I haven't seen the newest ones, so kind of looking forward to that. But yeah, I agree with you. It feels like a lot of what Rob Zombie does is kind of like a Texas Chainsaw thing. That is kind of his vibe. I don't think it belongs in a Halloween film, is the thing. Like, I do like Devil's Rejects and what he's trying to do there, and House of a Thousand Corpses, but that kind of is the whole like Texas Chainsaw thing. It's kind of that whole cannibal family. That's the vibe that he's going for. And for me, that just doesn't work for Jason. Or sorry, for Michael Myers. I can't see it for a Jason either. It would have to be a Leatherface type. And I think he totally misunderstood this character for me. So I don't know. I get that he's trying to give kind of more of a backstory to Michael. So it's not bad acting, but I don't like the whole like progression of, okay, so he's this teen killer, but then this baby didn't die, but we renamed it, and magically I don't know. It feels forced to me. It doesn't feel
it
like
does.
what I'm supposed to get
also,
out of.
we sadly got more Sherry Moon Zombie, who's a horrendous actress, sadly.
Yes.
So we got more of that.
So that's so that's Rob Zombie's wife. He puts her in every single thing, including every music video he's ever done since he broke up with White Zombie. Seriously, White Zombie is awesome. But yeah, ever since he kind of went full Rob Zombie, he's gotten a bit of an ego, and I think he needs some other people to kind of put him in check. Like some of his ideas are good, but not put to the extreme that he keeps doing. And I think that's kind of the same thing here. Like I think you could use certain elements of this, and like okay, that could certainly lead to a Michael Myers type, but trying to humanize him and just make him like from some shitty family, and he just has like I don't know. I guess suicide, not suicidal, murder tendencies. I don't know where he's like harming animals and stuff. I get it. Like that probably would be the MO of a killer, but it kind of takes away this whole like I don't know what you want to call it, like the fantastic element that is Michael Myers. Like, is he human? Is he reanimated? Like, does he feel pain? Like, what is going on with it? I guess I just don't like when they kind of keep trying to explain that away. Like he's supposed to be something else. He's supposed to be like a phenomenon. And I don't know. I just I don't like the depiction or the way that Zombie chose to do it. I think he tries to make everything kind of this white trash, like dirty thing, and that's not the vibe that I have from Halloween. Like it's supposed to be this kind of you know, certainly it should feel seasonal. Like to me, this didn't feel like Halloween. This felt more like I'm in some dusty, hot place. I don't know. It didn't feel the right mood to me. And then there's supposed to be this element of like he's watching you. Like that's what that whole awesome musical piece that was also an accompaniment with him. I don't know. Like I understand he used elements of that same theme in here, but I just don't like the execution of it. I think he could have had an okay flick, but it just feels so forced to have like the Michael Myers part into it. And I don't know. I don't like the way that he chose to do everything essentially so there's elements of it that are really cool. I think it's Tyler Maines is the dude in the actual Michael Myers mask this time. I think he's the same dude who played Sabretooth and like those X-Men ones back in the day. It's awesome. Like I like seeing him like that big, that buff. It's like okay, like that is something to be scared of. And the mask looked pretty decent in this one too, but I don't know. There's just everything else seemed like a misfire to me. From the way that he's killing to who he's killing to I don't know, just the whole backstory. It just felt off to me. It's not my favorite depiction of it, but yeah, better than two of the other branches of the Halloween timeline.
For me, this is like somewhere in between. That was really bad. That was painful, but I didn't like even the best one, so that's not much being told. Um, so roasting time. First issue. Acting was shit. Plot convenience. Meeting the bullies in the bathroom. The bullies are one-dimensional. The father being one-dimensional was shit. The costume design was shit. It felt like
What
they were
about the
trying.
clown mask?
I don't know. They were trying to be funny with the outfit when Michael ended his sister life, but it just didn't land. Um, one-dimensional pricks. Oh, that's later in the movie when they basically assaulted the girl. Basically, too many bedroom fun scenes that didn't bring anything to the story. Lightning was terrible. The movie was painful. Anyhow, I said it when Cole was talking a bit. I said that the way they tried to humanize Michael Meyer was interesting. I liked it. Like the first half an hour of the movie, I was kind of invested despite the issues. I was like, the movie can still end up being good, but as the movie went on, I was like, oh no, it's just another shitty flick. The music was fine. I guess I was entertained when there was action going on and it was just stabbing people. But that's something we expect from a Halloween movie. Um, I don't have much more to say. That movie was bad. Um, like most Halloween movies. Actually, I'd say all of the Halloween movies are bad, even the first one. um, anyhow, um, I would give Halloween 2007 a 4.5 out of 10. That was really bad. What about you, Gray?
You know, I think you might have been a little bit generous with the 4.5. For me, I'm going to go. I'm teetering between a 3 and a 4. I guess I'll be nice. I'll give 4.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember his 4.5 is a lot lower than ours, but
Yeah,
anyway,
mine
I'll
is
give
like
this.
that movie is terrible.
Yeah, well, I'll give this like a 3 or 3.5. I would not say it's like let's look at the Halloween films again. Let's pull this shit up, shall we?
I liked
Okay, actually,
1,
for
and
some
then
reason,
2 comes right after, 1, and then 3 is Season of the Witch, which is pretty decent. 4 is Return of Michael Myers. 5 is, I can't remember what it's called, but it's the start of the Cult of Thorn. It's got Paul Rudd in it. And then 6 is just the Cult of
Yeah.
Thorn, horrible one.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
I'm
It's
sorry,
better
my
than that
internet
branch.
was like yeah, my
I-
internet was lagging like crazy. My bad there, but I would say this is better than like 5, better than 6, better than 8, which is Resurrection. I would say it's better than Kills.
I was going to
would say it's
say,
better than
H2O, I think
End.
it's better. Yeah, I'm
And
not
it's
looking
also better than
forward
the
to
second
seeing
of this.
those. I haven't heard good things about the Kills and Ends, but
Yeah.
all right, we're going to get to them. We're going to complete this.
That end is gonna blow you away. You're gonna be so amazed by the end of it. Oh,
Ooh, Michael
have
is
fun
in
with that.
Halloween.
Have fun.
Okay,
Halloween
so
2006 is a terrible Michael Myers film, but it wasn't a Michael Myers movie. It's just a random slasher flick. I would have liked it a little bit more. I completely agree with you. I don't think Rob Zombie understood what Michael Myers is supposed to be, and because of that, we kind of got this. Like, I don't know. I just think it. If you don't put that mask in there, like, okay, it's a decent flick, but you put that in there, it just is the wrong interpretation of him. Even if he looks cool in the costume, and the mask is not the worst mask out there.
I will also add something I kind of forgot to mention, but I think it's worth mentioning. Dr. Loomis was cool. I thought he did good job despite not being the same actor.
For sure, Malcolm McDowell is
Yeah,
awesome.
I don't think we've ever really had a bad Dr. Loomis.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he passed away during 5, so you get a really weird ending. But this was a good.
Fantastic as always. So at least, so that's a good replacement. Well, not with like 8 or anything. I mean, did we have a Dr. Loomis in like 8 and shit? Anyway,
I don't think so, but the sole fact that it really felt like Dr. Loomis, despite being a totally different actor, that's most likely the highlight for me.
Yeah.
Because
but anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt.
He gave his own spin. Oh, that's fine. He gives his own spin on a character that was already fleshed out in many movies, and his own spin was good, and it felt like it was the same guy. Anyhow, anything else to add to this masterpiece?
I like some of the actors that he has on there. Like, he kind of uses his same crew, like Sid Haig. I'm trying to remember like half the other guys, Danny Trejo. I don't know. I like seeing those guys. I really don't think this would be a bad flick if it wasn't supposed to be a Halloween flick, but it's not a good Michael Myers flick.
Okay, actually, you know what? We did have a bad Dr. Loomis. I forgot, like Tony Kane or whatever his name is, was Tom Kane in the H2O.
I didn't realize he was supposed to be Loomis. Crap.
I think he was supposed to be. I don't know.
I thought it was just like a random psychiatrist that was helping her, but I don't know.
I think he's credited by that, I think.
Huh.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Let me look
this
up
that.
and check. Let's see.
I think I want to rate that lower if that is the case.
Yeah, it says Samuel.
Wow. No.
Oh, no. I guess I didn't pay attention to that. Damn.
The movie
I don't think they
suddenly
said
got
his
I
name.
worse.
thought I kind of liked H2O, but
The movie suddenly got
yeah.
worse.
Sadly, it did. Well, I mean, after you have Resurrection, you find out that that's just some random paramedic. Yeah, that kind of ruins the ending of H2O, sure. But yeah, one more thing. I didn't realize they had recast Loomis in that one. Damn.
Yeah, there was a recast mid movie. um, anyhow, I guess the next topic is Eyes Wide Shut, a Tom Cruise movie
Okay.
that I liked a lot. And before I let any of you start really to go in depth, I
Oh no.
will tell my two side notes, and then I will let Cole or Gray go second. So my first side note is I did thought all of the scene of the guy thinking of his wife sleeping with someone else could be a pacing issue, but decided not to since it was a clever way to tell us he is haunted by that thought. So I did consider it, but I was like, I know what you're doing. I gave it a pass for this
Hmm.
time. The second side note, the theme of cheating, destroying relationship was well written, and that was what really got me invested. Like the stories and the characters, I thought Tom Cruise did wonderful job in the role. Anyhow, that's my two side notes, and I will let Gray or Cole go second on that.
Yeah. Sure, I'll go. So I remember watching this film, I don't know, pretty damn close to when it came out. Um, yeah, I remember not liking it and not really getting it. I just thought it was boring, but there's a lot of nudity, but it was kind of boring. Um, I got a completely different oh, multi maybe gun. I had a completely different experience this second well not second. I guess I've seen it, but on this last rewatch. Actually I've kind of seen it almost every decade of my life and yeah, I've gotten a really different experience out of it each time. This last time I think I got the most out of it, but it's just such an interesting film. And there is I think it's Austrian version of it that's very similar, but kind of juxtaposed to this one. You can see what Kubrick really added to it. There is no Ziegler character in that one, but almost everything else is kind of the same. It's an interesting flick for sure. I think every time I have seen it, I've gotten a little bit more out of it. But it's very interesting in that Kubrick was trying to make this film for like 30 years. Like it's really strange, and he went through a bunch of different versions of the script. One of them originally he was going to have Woody Allen be the star of it, and I can't remember who the female lead would have been, and it would have been more of a comedy. And then in the 80s, he was going to do it with Steve Martin in the lead, and I can't remember the female lead of that either. But there's a bunch of different ways that he kind of had this pictured, and then finally they came to him with what about Tom and Nicole, who were actually like a married couple at the time, and it was a huge, big deal that not only are they in this, but this is about their marriage. And the rumor was that they were actually having bedroom fun on set and stuff, and also the rumor was that he was gay before that, and she was just his beard. So they had to bring in a like specialist to show them how to do it on set, but apparently it was like super steamy set. So just like it was all in the news at that time. They were really kind of going heavy on this flick and kind of the tabloidness of it. But it was really interesting that he kind of chose that. But I guess he chose them because they do seem like the perfect couple. Like they have it all. They're both beautiful. What more could they want? But I guess this story has just kind of like haunted him. He read it, I think, when he was a teen, and he's basically decided, I need to adapt this like ever since then. And finally in the 90s, I wish I'd written down the dude's name. I can't remember it. He got this one dude to write a different version of it, and it was the one that they ended up using in this. So he kept getting like a draft from this guy, and then he would add his own elements to it. And that's really pissed off this guy. So he's made it like his mission for like the last 25 years to just go on every show he can, trashing Kubrick and the way that he works. But it's just really interesting. Like Kubrick doesn't necessarily write it himself, but then he adds elements to it. And like there's ways that he makes it like a Kubrick film. It's just really interesting. And there's a lot of theories that went on about this because supposedly he turned in his cut of the movie and like I can't remember if it was 48 hours later. Unfortunately, he had a heart attack, and then there's supposedly some missing 40 minutes of it. So it is interesting.
Wait, what? Stanley Kubrick
Yeah, there's
had an heart attack prior finishing this movie?
yeah. So he prior to it being released, but supposedly he turned in his copy to the studio, and then the rumor is that the studio then lopped off 40 minutes before the actual release of it. But he unfortunately passed away due to a heart attack
Yeah,
just after
yeah.
This
I
is
believe
sad.
the film
edit
came
was
out
turned
like
in.
7 months later or something. But yeah, really
Yeah.
sucks. And because he had a
So-
lot of other films planned, like he never did it in his career, but he's planning to do a bunch of sequels to films. I forgot what they were. I think it was like The
Mhm.
Shining in 2001 and others.
Yeah, and he was working on Napoleon for like 30 years as well, and then finally scrapped that. And also was doing Aryan Papers for like 10 years, and then what's it called came out, Schindler's List. So he's like, there's no need to do this now. So yeah, it's just interesting. Like so his final two films are the ones that we just talked about: Full Metal Jacket, which was like
Yeah.
88, and then this one in 99, Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, it's interesting if
So
he
it's
released
sad, like,
more
he was-
films, like if they didn't scrap
Yeah.
those. Like you said, like Napoleon was one of them. Ironic, but today, but it's fitting.
Yeah, exactly. But this is just such an interesting film, and there's a lot of theories that go on because it's about like secret societies and everything like that. But I don't know. I like the way that he leaves it somewhat ambiguous. Like, is the wife the one that placed the mask there? Is he the one that placed the mask there? Is the bald guy that follows him, like, were they able to get in while his wife was there? There's just so many different ways that you can kind of see this. I really like that. I feel like a lot of other directors kind of hit you over the head with like a notion, but this seems to be way more open to interpretation. And then, the same way that everything in this essentially like revolves around. So you were saying like a little bit more fidelity, and it's yes, but it's also kind of the temptation. Like it's so interesting. I just totally missed layers of it the first time I watched it. It's just I don't know. It's not one of my favorite flicks of his, but I can see why people call it like his magnum opus. Like not only is it like his final film, but there's just so much that he added to like so many different parts of it. That being said, I have kind of the same feeling that you have with Full Metal Jacket with it. I always kind of feel like I don't need to see this again. Like, yeah, I understand the flick.
Yeah.
I'm not really a fan of it.
I mean, this
but-
film has grew a lot more for a lot of people over time. Like, when this first kind of like
For
came
sure.
out, and like for a while, it was more so like in the realm of rating wise and like reception wise as like some of his earlier work, like The Killer or The Killin' or whatever it's
Mhm.
called, Spartacus, Lolita, which are films we might watch at a later date, but for now, no. But over time grew to being kind of like on par with his other classics that we all covered. So
Yeah. Well, you can just see so many tricks that he does with this, like
Yeah.
with the
and he kind of
lighting
does the same
alone.
thing in The
Like,
Shining too, where he like makes it
Yeah.
like such an unsettling like atmosphere with like it being like too bright and perfect, where it's like unsettling.
well, that's the thing, and I wish we had kind of talked about that when we talked about The Shining. But he intentionally wanted to make a horror flick out of something that isn't like dark and gloomy, something that is, like you're talking about, like overly.
Yeah, and that's also
lit
what Resident
and,
Evil
is
4
still
does
scary.
so well that the remake, fucked up.
Well, and we're about to talk about Doctor Sleep, but they go back to the Stanley, and I think it is still the Stanley.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't have that same feeling. Like they do go for that
and
other
that's
feel.
what Stephen
So I
King
guess we'll get
wanted
to that when we
instead.
get to-
That and the shitty made-for-TV thing, which sucked.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me. But like the way that he plays with light, like when he's in the club, when he's everything, like it's a very like dark light, like a red tone to everything. And then he gets back home and his child's room is just like completely blue. Like, and he almost goes in there to like, I don't know. I've heard it interpreted as like bathe in the innocence. It's just interesting. Like I didn't get like the play with lighting that he was doing the first couple watches of it. I just feel like I get more and more out of each time. I can see that he put a lot of extra things into every shot, even something simply written. There's more going on the frame.
I agree, and I think this is one of the strengths of the movie. I think one of the strength is how much interpretation there's going on.
I
Was
completely agree. And also, I'll
was
just say right now, you can just skip me because I didn't have much to say, and honestly, Grace said everything for me, so you can just go. However, there was one thing I wanted to mention, just unless you already mentioned it, because there was a point where my thing cut out, so I don't know if you already said it, but did you hear about the rumor with this film involving his death, though?
yeah,
I'm not positive that we kind of touched on it. Just some
okay,
people
well, let
do
me
claim that
just like
based off of
screen
the secret
share
society,
Yeah,
perhaps. Yeah, I'd love. Please go into it.
I'll just screen share this and you can read it.
okay. Kirik had suffered a myocardial infarction in his sleep, which is said to be easy to induce through simple poisoning. The exposure of the secret organization of the wealthy elite may have ruffled a few feathers, to say the least.
Yeah.
Uh, okay,
Yeah.
that's sus.
He might have been murdered.
That
That's
is
one of the
sus.
reasons why they theorize there's an extra 40 minutes of this film. I don't know how they said it's 40 minutes, but supposedly his cut got cut down from what we actually got to see.
I'm sure they cut away some certain things there.
That is sus. Do not say more about it. Poor guy, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Um if I ever rewatch it, I will most likely do eventually when I get the time. But there's just so many movies I want to rewatch before rewatching that one. But
Yeah, that's the problem with so many amazing films. You're like, I want to go back on, but there's so many films like throughout the years and that keep coming out where it's like, yeah, but I want to, I'm not, if I rewatch all these, then I'm not going to have the time to watch all those. I'll die before I get to them. So it's like I can't.
yeah, I get that feeling, bro. Anyhow, um, what's very interesting is how much interpretation you can have. Like, is the girl that OD'd was OD'd because she is a drug addict, or is it because she was deleted by the cult?
Or is that
That's
Ziegler's thing? Did he do that to her in the first place?
yeah. That's very interesting. Anyhow, I got two issues with this movie. Number one, plot convenience. Just meeting a girl at the corner that is actually interested into sleeping with anybody. Um, yeah, that was very convenient. Telling
Maybe you're
instead
not
of,
hanging out on the right corners. I gotta say, like depending on the corner,
or
sometimes
maybe
you get
I'm ugly.
approached.
Maybe I'm ugly. I mean, he is Tom Cruise, so maybe that's a factor. Um, telling instead of showing what happened when the guy checked out the hotel at 5 a.m. Now, I will try to defend that, but I still think that's an issue there. So the best defense I can
Whoa.
give
Did
is
any of that happen though? Because that's the
yeah.
whole thing that's open to interpretation. Like, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Like, you're taking it as like that's. I don't know. There's just so many ways that that character could be not telling the truth.
What
But
what they could have done is like show you um different point of views from different people that tell different stories. that could be more interesting than just a guy spitting that. And like, it's the first time we get to see this guy talking, so we cannot say, oh, he is a liar, or like he is telling the truth. Like, I get it, it can left open for interpretation, but I feel like you could tell he is a liar on a more interesting way, or you can like make it more interesting, uh, that part of the story. um but that's like the two issues I had with this movie. I was very engaged, and these characters were very interesting. The Doctor had layers. I don't see anybody else playing that role that Tom Cruise had. Um,
No Woody Allen, no Steve Martin. You'd think
no,
it wouldn't have been the
no,
same.
no. I think one of the reasons why I like that movie so much is because Tom Cruise was in it. Maybe that's one of the reason. But yeah, it really explained well, like, what happens when someone cheats and you learn about it. And it's very interesting that this time around it's not the guy, the jerk, it's the girl. Like, these things happen more often than we say. um so that's one really good thing. um the characters were well written and they were
So,
entertaining.
so you're interpreting it as she did cheat?
Yes, she did
Okay.
cheat. um
Hmm.
she did, like, um and the way I interpret it, like, I think she was the one that told Tom to leave the manor, and not the other one, not the other girl. um and she was basically telling him to leave, because she was like, I know you're like, you're not like this, and I know that if you cheat on me you won't be comfortable anymore. That's how I interpreted that entire thing. um but the entire argument they had when they were like high and under influence of substance, it felt like a true argument that some people may have when they have jealousy and that kind of stuff. And I also felt a lot like I see myself dealing, like, not necessarily the same way that Tom Cruise did with everything, but I see myself being crushed the way he was crushed by that reveal. Um, but yeah, the acting was on point throughout the movie, um, and the mystery around that event. And even if we get like two or three scenes with some characters, they still stick to your mind. I think characterization is really like a thing that really stood out for me. Um, the character being depicted as a liar was entertaining. I can't remember which character was referred to there, but I guess there was a liar in the movie. Um, the music, the music was also very, very good. Um, the fate of the girl being left to interpretation was great. Oh yeah, that was the girl that basically died from OD or something. Um, so yeah, that's a solid movie, and the fact that the main character was also lying at some point to her, um, that's something. Like, when trust was broken, you don't really feel like you should tell the truth anymore, because is the person worthy of that truth? She lied to you after that, you know. um so yeah, good movie. I don't have much more to say. I will give this movie a 9.5 out of 10. I do believe this is my favorite Stanley Kubrick movie. What would be your grade out of 10, Gray?
Um, you know, you brought up one point that I totally forgot to mention. The score in this, it is just haunting, and just the fact that it's, you know, at times just one single note. Yeah, it is just amazing. But that being said, I think it's probably my like fifth, maybe sixth favorite Kubrick film. It's not enjoyable to watch. That being said, like, it is beautiful. Every part of it is art. He executed it quite well. I don't like going on this journey. But I got a completely different interpretation of the entire story than you did. And I think that's why Kubrick ones are just so amazing. Uh, but I think I would give this a solid 9. I can understand why people would go even higher on this. For me personally, it's not quite his pinnacle, but that being said, it's better than like almost every other flick that's out there. That I really dig it, but he's made some better ones, in my opinion.
What about you, Cole? What would be your grade
Uh,
out of 10?
yeah, I'd say it's the same as Full Metal Jacket for me. It's a 9.5 to 10 around that range. Yeah, and a lot of tens. We've given basically all of its. Well, I've given basically all the films we covered from in tens or 9.5s, and yeah, because truly think probably one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. I'd probably put him in the top five. I would say.
Okay, very interesting. I do think he's really talented. I haven't connected as much as you guys with his movies, but I see the talent. He is very skilled and enjoyable to watch every time. Even in the movies, I'm not the biggest fan of. Um, so anyhow, next topic. Napoleon. Napoleon.
This
Am
film.
I the only one that liked it?
I
Well,
think so.
Oh,
I
okay.
I was entertained. I wouldn't necessarily call it a great film though. Like I guess uh, first thing I'll start off with is just like there's already been a lot of films made about Napoleon that were excellent. Like Waterloo.
Waterloo is great.
Yeah, and
There's also
too.
an awesome
Oh,
8-hour one that apparently is impossible to see. That's amazing on him.
damn. Yeah. Sad that they don't show those fucking films. Like, it kind of annoys me. But yeah, and then there's the Kubrick one we never got, I guess. Yeah, yeah. But as for this, I mean, sure, it's like it's modern day now and everything with like the visuals and like certain action stuff. But overall, I mean, there wasn't like much new that Ridley Scott had to really say about this film. He didn't really bring much else to the table. Uh, it was kind of disappointing. It was just like watching him, just like watching Joaquin go crazy and such, which was entertaining. And that's the one thing I'll say. Joaquin and Vanessa probably carried the film. My enjoyment for it, their acting was excellent, but I mean, outside of that, left a lot to be desired. I mean, it was enjoyable enough, and there were some fantastic action scenes, like mainly the one in forgot the name of it, the one where they were fighting the Russians. What was that called again? It was something like starts with an A.
I can't
Fine.
remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, but oh well. But that one, on the ice was pretty entertaining.
Speaking
But
of ice, I sorry to interrupt you, but it's on top of my mind, and I'm scared I will lose that. So I got a coworker that really likes biopic. He really likes history. Like he's like I want like he's a boomer, but like he's young. Like he is a funny guy. Anyhow, he was interested into seeing Napoleon the movie because that's his cup of tea. That is jam, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I heard some things, and it's inaccurate." And he was like, "The fight on the ice. What really happened? Like only like 4 or 5 soldier really uh, were sinking under the ice in the true events in the true war that was documented and all. So this movie did spice up things to make it like bigger and grandiose and all, but
yeah, yeah, that's the thing. That's a lot of something a lot of people are bringing up, like a lot of inaccurate and over the top things that try to like spice it up like a blockbuster that Ridley Scott has been doing it over the years. Which again, I really think he's just like lost his touch for a little while. Um, but I still think he has it in him to make really good films. I just don't think he has it in him anymore to like make anything special, and that's kind of apparent here. Now he did bring up also his media tours are hilarious. So like he just like swearing and
Very
complaining
hilarious.
about everything. But yeah, I mean that's something like he brought up though, saying like, were you there though? Do you know 100%
Yeah,
what
I was gonna say
happened?
you didn't bring up the greatest quote ever of when somebody told him like this was inaccurate. He said, "Were you there though?" And then kind of went on to say like every version of it is not necessarily accurate. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's like no.
Apparently he thinks the first version might have been the most accurate, then every version after that is inaccurate. I don't know. He seems to not believe in history.
Wait. So he thinks Napoleon 1927 is the most accurate?
That seemed to be what I got from the rest of his statement. It seemed to be saying that, like, with each new version of it, it's less accurate than before. And since none of us were there, who knows?
Yeah. So and I mean, fair enough. But there's certain things where I mean, I have to disagree with. I draw a line or clearly isn't, and I mean, I understand. You can like do certain things for creative choices, like that's fine. Like they do it all the time in a biopic. The Social Network did, and it worked out. But there's some things that are just like not only because of that, but are just like ridiculous and kind of fail with actually being like grand as he goes for anyway. Such as that pyramid thing where he shoots at Jesus. That was just like hilarious in all the wrong ways. So yeah, this I don't know if Multi's still there. Are you? Are you still there, Multi?
He might have stepped away for a moment.
Okay, well, anyway, so I won't show it yet, but anyway, I'll keep talking about the film until then. But yeah, after this in the last duel though, which and House of Gucci, which the last duel out of all of them is probably the best one, but has a lot of cliches and things I don't think were great anyway. But whatever, he definitely has and has like this same style format in all of his films that I think like I'll give a comparison later, but yeah, it's just like the same one in each film though. And very confused in like editing and transition choices, especially in like the first hour. It was really messy there. And also this is just something that I don't complain about too much unless it's really noticeable, because it's an issue in like almost every film. But one thing I'm not a fan of is how it's like the makeup and hairstyling is also perfect in these biopics, when it's like back then it wouldn't look like that. And it's an issue in all of fucking Ridley Scott's films as well, that I have. But with these biopics,
Well, were you
in
there?
recent memory.
Do you know that their hair wasn't perfect?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Was he
But yeah, he
there?
did-
I mean, what was Ridley Scott there? I mean,
Yeah. Let's share this tweet because this is hilarious. It sums it up. Let's share this. Let's read it.
Yeah.
What's up with this guy, bro?
Yeah, no, this one's a parody,
Is
but
he
it sums
on
up his
something?
shit.
He's made some really good flicks, though. Like, I mean, come on, Alien was awesome. It's hard to argue with that. Have you seen Gladiator? That one's it's pretty badass.
I've seen
It's
parts of
probably my
it,
favorite Russell Crowe.
but I never really seen it to the end.
So I want to give him the same kind of charity that I gave the director for the Marvels, because apparently, like we talked about this numerous times, but she put in one cut and then it was over 2 hours, had to cut it down to an hour and 40, and then had to cut that down to 88 minutes.
Issues, though,
Apparently, this is sort of similar. So, sort of. On Apple TV or whatever, the Apple network, they're going to release Ridley Scott's 4-hour version of this movie. So there's an hour and a half somewhere between his cut of it and what we actually got released in theaters. So that seems really shitty and shady to me, that there's this inferior cut that people actually have to pay for. But if you pay less than one ticket, you can watch it in your house in its entirety.
Yeah.
I don't like this model.
It's very dumb.
But
It's like anti-theater when that's the opposite that they should be trying to do. Jesus.
yeah. But I want to give him the same charity that I gave the director for the Marvels. Like maybe this isn't like his optimum cut.
Well, I'm gonna
the
watch
flick.
that 4-hour
Maybe
cut
there's
and
more
see if it
story.
improves, but I don't think it'll
I will
improve by
too,
much.
sadly. But that's the only reason why I would watch this again. Not because I feel like it warrants it, not because like it's just so epic I need to watch it again. Because I want to see like was there actually a story?
Yeah.
Because to me this seems like a giant PowerPoint presentation. It's like this happened, then this happened,
Yeah.
then this happened. Like there was no story to it. On top of that, like apparently everything was historically inaccurate, like every single thing about it. He was not at Marie Antoinette's death. He definitely it's really weird because like it shows her and then she is executed like 4 years later, so somehow it does like this magic time jump, and then also her hair was cut, but because Ridley Scott didn't want it cut, like there's just like weird inaccuracies like that. They put him like shooting the pyramids, that never happened. There's just like so much weird stuff that they did in this for almost no reason. I want to think that 4-hour cut maybe gives some reason why one scene like comes after another, but I guess I didn't realize that
I don't
they
see
were
it.
together. Him and Josephine were together for like 14 years.
Yeah.
I didn't get that passage of time in this.
Yeah, and
like,
because the
it's just so
makeup
weird.
they
And
didn't
then,
do a good job of showing it in the makeup or anything as other films like. Well, while you didn't love Oppenheimer, Multi, at least they did a good job with that and other things like this. Like I don't feel like the 4-hour cut's going to improve much on those things. I feel like it's still going to kind of feel like a PowerPoint thing, but it will probably like improve on some of the pace and duration, I guess, and also because it feels like in the first hour there are some horrendous edits where it's like, did Ridley Scott even finalize this? It felt like something that like like the Suicide Squad 2016, like a music studio just went ahead and did. And I guess that's probably the case, man, if we're if it's this 4-hour cut. So
I'm not sure, like if he actually did this cut, like he did 2 of them, but I know his original cut of it is 4 hours, and that's supposedly what Apple is releasing. But I couldn't agree more. Like the editing in it just seems off,
especially after watching Barry Lyndon, where it's like it feels like a real fucking story. It's like throughout. It's like that's what I want more, and like I don't want just stuff where it's like just cutting back and forth like a PowerPoint presentation, as you said.
Yeah, and I mean everything in this looks beautiful. Like I like his costuming, like you said, like everyone's hair is like perfect. But like the depth of like every frame looks awesome. Like the battle scenes, like even the ones at night, they're lit pretty well to where you can see what happens to that horse, and it's pretty messed up. But it's interesting, but I don't feel like I learned anything from this, and I'm interested in Napoleon. Like I've seen Waterloo. I was like, oh, okay, so this is going to explain like more of it. I don't feel like I understood this character at all. I genuinely, genuinely like most of Joaquin Phoenix's characters. I feel like I usually connect with them. In this, I just didn't. Like I don't know. It's weird that like they had him use the California accent. Like it makes sense to me after House of Gucci why he would steer clear of accents. But it's just.
I would say though, I still think Phoenix is such a good actor that he kind of made it work enough.
I just don't feel like I knew the character.
Guys mention accent. I gotta say, I think I'm really bad at history. In history, where like in Canada, our history course is very weird and weirdly paced. Especially in Quebec. Actually, I'm sure it's worse where I am than the rest of Canada. But anyhow, wasn't Napoleon like French? So when we come around with accent, I'm like, if you watch it in English, and I say that because unfortunately my theater didn't add it in English, so I was stuck with the French
so you
version.
actually got to see him in French. So it probably
Yeah,
looked
that's
okay.
unfortunate.
No, like he just talks like regular Joaquin Phoenix, like any other
Okay.
time you've ever heard him not use an
Yeah,
accent. Like
Well,
it's just
I'm
also,
his
yeah, they
regular
don't have
speaking voice.
other languages in the film either. They don't have Russians actually speaking Russian. That's
I
unfortunate, but whatever.
I would be fine
He,
with this because um like it's a French part of story,
yeah.
so accent is it doesn't matter if you know what I mean.
Well, it's weird because like some people have accents, like the British have accents, and like
But
I don't
it's
know,
it's
like
it's
it's
it's a French character. That's the thing.
yeah,
It's a
yeah,
French character, so we cannot like really emulate
it's
that
a
in the
choice.
English
Yeah,
language because in fact he is French.
but
So that was a really weird
Yeah,
case where I was fine with watching the French version of the movie. Um,
for sure.
but yeah, I feel like it's a bit unfair to criticize the accent when it's like based on a French story. Oh,
Okay,
there is
fair enough. I
Marshy.
just think it was
Welcome to the
a
stream,
little weird
Marshy.
that it was. Hey, hey.
So I will let you keep going, Gray. Sorry to interrupt you
Okay.
about
They
accents.
were just like, oh, it's all good. I'm not complaining about it. Just like it took me out a little bit. I don't know. I wanted to know more about Napoleon, and I feel like I know nothing in this. And then everything I've kind of looked up since then is like, no, this didn't happen. This didn't happen. Austerlitz. Sorry, I looked it up after you said that. That was the one where the ice apparently broke. Um, oh no, I scared off Cole by saying Austerlitz. But yeah, that one apparently there was only like 4 or 5 troops that did go on the ice. It wasn't like this big thing like this. He's supposed to be like some great military strategist. I didn't get any of that from this flick. Like I was really hoping that you'd see something. Like the biggest thing is he apparently was like hiding under a blanket and then pulled the blanket off and it's like, haha, genius. They did like the tell don't show. Like he told these kids at the end that he's some great military strategist and he can see it in his head. It's just a matter of geometry, but he can't tell his generals that. Like they told us this. I don't know of this. So like they left out like the thing that got him to be emperor, which was his Italian campaign. They just wave it away in like one line, like, yeah, there was no actual I can't remember what they said, but like it was not a problem with Italy. They gloss over a whole bunch, but then they really like highlight a bunch of weird stuff and do it inaccurately. I don't know who this movie is for because like anybody who's into history is gonna hate the
it's for
inaccuracies of it.
Ridley Scott's ego.
I guess.
Also,
And
I didn't
that's
realize
kind of what I
Marshy
felt
joined
about
in.
and that's kind of what I felt about the last duel too. His last one. But I think that has more rewatch value in it. Like, I don't know. I honestly wouldn't want to watch this except there's going to be that 4 hour cut. So I want to see if maybe there's a story in there. But I think maybe if they'd called it like Napoleon and Josephine, but then I don't know, like he really wanted to show these battles. And the battles look pretty cool. Like apparently he shot it with like 14 cameras. So there was a lot of editing that had to go into it, but that way you could do it in like a single take and really get it from every angle. Um, I don't know. It sounds cool. Like it looks cool visually, but I don't know. I guess I just don't get like any story in this. And I just feel like the time jumps were weird. I don't feel like I know any of the
Yeah,
characters any
it just
better.
doesn't bring anything
Apparently
new
he
to the
actually
table.
yeah, it really doesn't. So I'm just not sure who this is for or why it is, but yeah, it was a movie.
So I will be the only defender of this movie, I believe, except
Yeah,
if Marcy has seen it and he also liked it.
yeah,
So
he has, I think.
okay, so first thing first, I said it already. Like our history classes here in Quebec are really shitty. Like in elementary school, like almost every year we talk about like the Middle Age and that kind of stuff, but sometimes we like some years we added a bit more, and in high school we still kept talking about it for some reason. So we talked about like Middle Age and like how we arrived in Canada like many centuries ago, and like actual history that matter. I feel like we brush barely over it at school. So Napoleon, all I know about him is Oh, he was that empire, that emperor that was basically there right after the French Revolution that basically ended every king and queen's lives. But that's basically all I knew about Napoleon. I was like, oh, he was some good military guy, I guess. Um, um, so yeah, um, that's sad a bit. Anyhow, uh, French history suck here. So my side note here is it's an adaptation, not a documentary. Therefore, I consider the movie as a piece of art on its own. I didn't research Napoleon life coming into since it's an adaptation, so I won't judge the movie on how accurate it was from history. Um, I know it's a biopic, but since I didn't research much of it, I won't hold anything against that. Now, I still have issues. My first issue would be plot convenience, leaving the key in reach for the prisoner and get it to free themselves. How to fix it? It's easy. Show the divide between royalists and the freedom fighter prior. I know they showed it like later on in the movie, but I feel like it could have been better if they showed it prior, so before they break out. Show someone leaving like the key in purpose, or show someone opening the jail cell to create chaos. So that would be like straight up so much better. But it's just like, oh yeah, the key is there, and guys have a stick, and we just unlock the cage like that. My, it's so lazy. No, it's not good. It's not good. That left a really bad taste. Second issue, pacing feels like some of the scenes could be trimmed down to have a smaller run time. And I refer a lot to like Josephine and Napoleon relationship. I feel they really wanted to build their relationship there throughout the movie, but a lot of these scenes I'm like, do I really need that? Because there's like no progress. Like she can't have kids, and we got like 5 scenes of that. I'm like, okay, I get it. They try to f around, but they can't have kids. Eventually, that leads to like them breaking up and still like keeping contact on each other. Um, but that part of the movie felt weak here, and it even harder when you reach the end point of the movie where they tell you, oh, he went into 61 battles, but the movie only show you like 4 of them or 5 of them. I'm like, if there's so much battle going on, at least like do some of the editing to show you that he went through a lot of fights, because this movie only shows you like 4 of them, and it feels lazy, or like I don't know. And that's funny because out of these 4 or 5, in fact, he had like 2 defeats. This is why he was exiled. Um, so you're like, how is he so good at leading wars and doing battle if he lost twice? um, yeah, that's kind of dumb. Um,
Yeah, I mean, at least they did one thing kind of accurate. I mean, throughout history, a lot of figures like this, rather die at the top of their game instead of seeing themselves fall off like this.
yeah,
And also think like Vikings and the assassination of Jesse James kind of showed that well too, being under 2 examples of this. And, with many moments throughout history, being imprisoned and other things. So I do think at least they kind of showed that properly, where it's like his ego, like he rather go out with a bang, even if like his strategies might be like outdated or he doesn't know like what to do fully anymore. Just like he'll still do it just because he rather go out like that.
and I did consider one thing as an issue, but then I was thinking back about like how it was back then. Like they're like, oh, let's go wintertime fight Russia, like in the worst like scenario you can be at, and this
Yeah,
led to
and
his downfall.
Adolf Hitler didn't learn from that either, I guess.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, so maybe I will give them a pass there because he was arrogant and he felt like he could take over the world because he got so many wins. But I feel like showing more of his wins could have lifted that scene much more, and you could feel much more like the impact of his downfall. And it's interesting how Gray mentioned you don't really see the story. Like the way I was viewing this movie, I was like, that's the story is Napoleon life and like his war and like his relationship. So that was like a slice of life type more than like a story or a character driven thing. It was more like this is how he went up and this is how he went down and this is how it ends. Um,
Yeah, and you know
so
what? I'm kind of fine with that. It's just that we've already kind of seen everything like that from Napoleon and other films as well. And also Ridley Scott has kind of already done this in so many films where it's just so cliche at this point, and it got tiring. With last year or whatnot with the last duel and House of Gucci, where it's like we know exactly from start to finish how this is gonna go. It's so fucking cliche at this point. It's like to me, it's like he's kind of like what Steven Spielberg is doing right now, where not only do they not really bring anything new to the table anymore and fell down, but I think they've kind of gone into like the modern day like period piece trap now, where it's like they lose a lot of like the authenticity of their films that they used to have, where it felt real, something like Barry Lyndon, and also the attention to detail, where now it's just like they kind of make it spotless without understanding, you have to have some imperfections, to make it look, like a period piece, and also just fake with like how everyone acts, like almost like they're not real people, since he's too busy trying to make a bunch of scenes to be kind of like movie highlights, which is also the same issue I kind of had in Oppenheimer in many scenes as well.
yeah. So, lastly, my last issue I had plot armor on Napoleon by the end. They try to excuse him by saying he should die on the battlefield. Then they try shooting him, but they hit his hat and they don't simply finish him off. That was like really stupid. Like I'm like maybe he would really go on the front line like that, but he would freaking die from it. Like it's not well explained how he would survive it, especially if he freaking lost that battle. Like, why would he be spared like that? And this goes back to like my lack of knowledge about like history and stuff. Our history class here in Quebec suck. Anyhow, um, yeah, that's my three issues. I was entertained by the movie. I liked it quite a lot, despite my three issues. Um, I thought like the best part of it was the action, and I also felt for the relationship and the rise and downfall of Napoleon. I like the idea of oh yeah, he is just that thug as he is called by everyone, and he just rise up to power, and then when he's on top of the world, he does stupid stuff, and then boom, that sends him rock bottom, and then he tried to come back up, and he messed up again.
But do you feel like you truly knew like why the French would choose him as their emperor when they just got rid of kings? Like I don't feel like
Yes,
it did a good
this
job of like showing why he was like the emperor. Like I do get the thug thing, like you were saying, but I don't know. I just don't feel like it did a good depiction of like showing me who he is.
well,
That's why I'm hoping the 4 hour cut does that, but
I
I don't know.
I think the best argument is these were troubled time and they needed like a figure that was scary, and he was scary because he was shown in the movie as being like that really strong warrior. Like he knew what he was doing on the battlefield and he led to many victories. But again, that goes back to what I said. I wish we had more of that battlefield action instead of like Joseph and him having bedroom fun. But anyhow, I feel like these were other times. Like they just took off the king and the queens. And this part of history, like they had control over everything, religion and everywhere. Like they made the people poor there. That's what I learned from school at least. Like people were poor and they were like frustrated, pissed off, and they were like, let's flip them. And then after they ended the kings and the queen era, they were like, we need someone like to rule us because we are not like intelligent enough to do so. And like just picking that brute, that thug, was the right thing to do because you would be scary like your friends, like you have strong military if you have a strong leader. And I think that's the only way to do it. But it's not really that told in the movie. It's more like I try to use what I learned from my shit uh, history classes I had. But I think the biggest argument is really like, oh, he was able to lead an army, he is able to lead the country. And this is what they wanted to do. And this is also why they show like these two other people involved in that government. And the focus is really on Napoleon, so we don't really get to know these two other figures they mentioned. Um, but yeah, I enjoyed the movie. Um, the action was amazing. It was on point, and Joaquin Phoenix did wonderful. Um, I liked his performance. That actor is just rock solid. Like Tom Cruise and him are like my favorite actors out there. Um, anyhow, I don't have much more to say. I liked that movie. I was hooked. The action on point, the war on point, strategy and stuff on point. Even the music, I like the music. The lightning was good. Like most technical aspects are well made. And yeah, I think I would give this movie a 9 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
Probably like a 5.5 out of 10 or 6 out of 10.
Okay, what about you, Gray? Gray, are you still
Sorry about
there?
that. I thought I unmuted and was just talking to myself. Um, I really think a lot of things in this were done like beautifully. But I think there's just sorry, my dog's whining. I'm not sure if you could hear that. Um, a lot of things were just technically fumbled, in my opinion, and I don't know if it's mainly the storytelling and like connecting with the actual character and then explaining anything, like showing it as opposed to just being like a PowerPoint, like this happened, then this happened, then this happened. Um, I want to think that that is just this cut of it, and that extra hour and a half is going to flesh out all the issues that I have with it. So I'm sure I could give the next one, the 4 hour cut, a different score. But for me, this is like a five. I don't feel like I know anything more about Napoleon, and I wanted to going in. And then apparently, what I did get from this, when I looked it up, it was all completely inaccurate. Um, I don't know. I don't know who this movie is for, but I'm hoping the 4 hour version is better.
That's interesting. So now we can welcome Marshy. How are you, Marshy? Welcome among us.
Among Us. How's it going, guys?
Doing good, doing good. So you're there for Invincible. So I before we really dive deep into this week episode, I'd like to hear what were your thoughts on the first season.
Like the first season of Invincible?
Yeah.
Honestly, I really enjoyed it. I didn't really get into it until actually the last episode had aired, but it was like 2 3 weeks afterwards, and I heard a lot of good things about it. So I basically binged it like in like 2 days, and I thought it was fantastic. I loved how the first episode kind of tricks you into thinking it's some like generic, just teenager superhero show, and then Omni Man just so fuck shit up at the end there. But honestly, I thought it was really well done for like an animated, show, and obviously the voice acting cast is literally an all-star team. But I mean, I don't know. I didn't really see too many issues with the show at all. Obviously there were some character issues like Amber or whatever, but I feel like season two has been kind of picking up the slack of where that was.
So I'm wondering, you mentioned Amber. What would be your issues with Amber's?
I'm gonna be honest, like she was so self-centered, like narcissistic to a degree. Like obviously, like she finds out Mark's a superhero finally, and instead of her being like, "Oh shit," like I realize you're like why you're so like absent now. she's like, yeah, like you should be focusing on me instead of like saving other people. And like, I don't know. I thought as a person they tried to make you like her in the first season, and they did it very poorly. But in the second season, again, obviously we'll get a little bit more into it, but I feel like she's been kind of fixing the issues she had in season one.
Yeah, I mean, in season one, though, I do, while she was probably one of the weakest characters easily, I did think they still did a good enough job for like 95% of it, but that one moment, killed it.
In her
For
defense,
sure. Like
he
I
might have
think
been a
like
superhero, not a super boyfriend. Okay, like he
yeah,
could have been
yeah.
better.
No, that's true. That's true. But like, and I mean, like, obviously, like, before she finds out, I can understand to a degree because, like, if my fucking, like, if I was a girl, my man's just left in the middle of like 3 life-threatening situations, I'd be a little concerned too. But it was just that initial reaction when she finds out he's a superhero, and she's like, "Yeah, I still don't go fuck." But I don't know. The first season was great. I liked it a lot. It was very entertaining. I really hope that they keep that like there's like a detective theme obviously in the first season with that devil guy or whatever, and I thought that was a really interesting change of pace for the show instead of it being like all action and kind of like to slow it down and have some good conversational aspects.
Yeah, I can see the appeal. So, before we dive deep into episode 4, I'd like to have your thought on the first 3 episodes. You can speak about all of the 3 together or one each other, like your thought on each. Just let us know what do you think of that season so far prior episode 4.
So, I mean, I'm just gonna group them all together, just because, like, my brain, I usually get pretty baked watching these episodes anyway, so I kind of group them all together. But honestly, I've liked it a lot so far. Every episode, I just wish it was longer. From what I've heard, I haven't read the comics. So I've heard they're kind of like getting right to the point this season, which I like, because you kind of have already the thick of it. The Viltrumites and everything are finally cutting down. I obviously I'm kind of going a bit ahead of myself, but the Alien episode I really loved because it showed that they can have strong characters that aren't Mark and his family and everything, and it really kind of had a great showing of how scary and a threat the Viltrumites truly are. Because obviously Omni-Man and Mark Grayson, but those are the only 2 Viltrumites you really see until this season. And when you see Alan the Alien literally get fucked up, it shows you like, okay, these guys are not to mess around with. But I thought the actual initial like first episode kind of was a nice way to kind of ease us back into the show. Kind of just get us reacquainted with Mark and all the people from the new Guardians of the Globe, I guess. So I was kind of like a nice lead into everything, and then again 2, 3 kind of built that momentum more and kind of gone to, I don't know, I guess got us more acquainted with the team and the action of everything that's about to happen. So I guess the only last thing that really stuck out to me was Debbie. Debbie this season has been going through it, and I think it's really cool how they're showing such a emotional mental health aspect out of the show, because you don't really see that a lot from like superhero shows, right? Like, what Marvel fucking show is going to delve deep into that shit? So
Well, you could be surprised. Like maybe you don't look at the right place. There are shows like the Netflix shows, like Daredevil, the good one on that was on Netflix. I don't know if you have seen it.
oh yeah, I've seen that whole one. See, those ones
The,
I don't even consider them Marvel because they're so like good and beyond the scheme of a normal Marvel show. I'm like, that's like a separate universe to me at the end. Like Jessica
Yeah,
Jones, all those ones are so
and
good.
But
shockingly,
turns out it is in
Stargirl's
the
kind of
She-Hulk
good.
universe.
but yeah, as Cole said, Stargirl as it, but Stargirl that's DC. It's a must-watch TV show if you haven't.
Yeah, yeah. Surprisingly, you would think CW and also how it looks, it wouldn't be any good, but it was surprisingly really good.
Especially season 3, it's a masterpiece. But
Well,
Superman and
besides the
Lois,
finale because they had to
yeah.
rush it.
But even the finale I thought was good, but it was the weak link. But Superman and Lois is another one where they dive deep into trauma and that kind of stuff. So that's why maybe you don't necessarily look at the right place. Anyhow, now Is there anything else you'd like to add about the first 3 episodes or season 1 before we dive deep into episode 4?
No, those are really just my basic thoughts. I could talk about the show for hours, so that's kind of just my scratching the surface thoughts, I guess you can say.
Perfect. So now we will pass the mic to Gray. What did you think of Invincible season 2 episode 4?
So I gotta be honest, I got some criticism, and that's why the hell did they do like that Adam Eve like short thing and only give us like half a season? Like I don't know. I think that sucks. I
Well,
did not
again,
realize
they were trying to show more of like after that talk with her parents, like show more of like more consequences,
I like the show,
but also
but
in the humanity way. But I do agree it was a little out of place. Like they kind of left us on a cliffhanger for the next episode.
I'm just saying, like, push that one out later. Take your time with that. I don't know. I guess I would have wished that all of them would come out, like, even if it's going to be, 1 week at a time in one chunk. I kind of hate this half season thing that people are doing now. It was definitely a mid-season finale, but that sucks. I don't want to wait until undetermined time to see this now. That being said, I thought this episode was really strong. I really dug it. I liked the payoff from the whatever you call them, Thraxian or something like that. Thraxian. I liked that. Like it kind of explains that backstory. The introduction of Mark having a brother. That's kind of interesting. And then just seeing just how ruthless the Viltrumites are. Like I don't know. I thought it was a really good depiction. I thought the episode was really strong. That's kind of my initial thoughts.
Well, this is really interesting. So I will say this. This is the worst episode in the first 4, but this is my favorite. I think as a critique, there's a few more issues than the other episode. That's why I say it's the worst episode we got so far. It's still a good episode. I still think it's a strong one, but it's just not as good as the first 3. But
So
it's
what makes it not as good? Because like
more
I don't know.
issues.
So I think you gave 10 out of 10 to the
Yeah.
second episode, which to me
And the
like there
third
was a
one,
lot
I
that's
think.
happening, but it was all set up where I think like I don't know, it started paying it off in this one to me. Like I'm gonna remember a lot of what happened in this one. What about it makes it the weakest to you?
I had more issues. That's the thing. Like with episode 2 and 3, I had no issue whatsoever. And you know me, like I nitpick a lot, and I'm like, I tear apart something if I can. But I had no issue whatsoever with 2 and 3. When it comes to 1, I had only one issue, which is not a lot, so that gives a really good score. But then with episode 4, I got 2 issues. But as I said, even if I got 2 issues and I think it's the weakest episode, it was my personal favorite in terms of like enjoyment, entertainment, and like, oh, that's flashy. There's a lot of going on. There's growth, and there's this and that. I still think it's the weakest in terms of like you look at the issues something can have. So my first issue would be plot convenience. Omni-Man being around the ship before it crashed into the planet or black hole or whatever. That was very convenient because you know how infinite space is. So it's just like the right place, the right moment in a like infinite universe place. It's just not believable at all for me. Um, Next issue would be teaser to yet another world-ending threat bothers me so much. I'm tired. I want something different. I want something unique. But now, apparently,
I don't know
the
if you're gonna get that from somebody named Invincible though. Like
well,
what else is
Viltrumite.
there?
Yeah. I mean, this show is doing a lot of things that a lot of people did say they're getting kind of tired of in other films and shows with superheroes, but I mean, they're okay with it because they're doing it a lot better than like 99% of them, and I would say the same thing here, so I'm okay with it.
They did that with season 1. and now they are doing it again with more Viltrumites, and I'm like, okay, so season 3, at least season 3 will have an interesting story because I don't see humanity win. I don't like, I just don't see it. So at least like what I can see they could do in season 3 could be interesting, like they enslave people. But again, Smallville did something similar with season 9, so I hope they break new ground. But like there's no way humans are standing up to Viltrumites, even with these other faction, these other like this group of people, because anyway there's a traitor among them, so even if they get support from there, the traitor will most likely backstab them anyway. So I just don't see Earth standing up and winning. It's just not happening, and if it does, it's weird because Viltrumite are so broken and OP. Like Mark and his father dealt with only like 3 of them, and the dad almost died, and Mark almost died as well. And there are 2 Viltrumites. Well, Mark is half Viltrumite, but nonetheless, like um, there were 2 against 3, and they were like on the same realm of power. Maybe Mark is the weakest link because he's half breed, but like how can humanity
Well, he was
stand?
also holding back. Like he's not tried to kill a superhero before.
Yeah,
It's kind of
but
like Spider-Man, right? Like how Spider-Man holds back usually.
yeah, but I just don't see human standing up. It just won't happen. Like if there's like 20 Viltrumite, there's no way Mark go through all of them. It's just impossible. Yes, he got a buff. That buff almost made him like end one of the Viltrumite, but he got the buff to end only one, and even there he hesitated because he's not a murderer, and that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I'm just saying that despite the buff, he didn't really win his fight. So how
Yeah,
will
well,
he
I
deal
mean,
with
there
like
are
20 of
new
them or 30
things
of
where
them?
maybe it'd be realistic though, to defeat Oldham. Like, since they're all closed off, they only care about their own race. Maybe there's other species that has things that could help and counter them that they just can't put to use because they would get wiped out. But they could if they, share it with them. Since like he's, isn't like an enemy against like every other, species, thinks of them below him. Just some thought there. But also, I don't know exactly the time period of like when they did hold that thing where it's like the strongest only survived. But I mean, if it was like something like millions of years ago or something, then then maybe that could maybe they haven't like fought any like real enemies like themselves in a while where they're rusty, but then they've trained a lot against similar strength ones. I don't know, but also I don't think that's the case anyway because I'm pretty sure they showed Omni Man in those flashbacks in episode 8 of season 1.
And on top of that, Mark, let's be honest, he's the strongest on Earth right now. I don't see anybody going on his like higher level of strength. Like even Adam Eve, she's quite strong. She is on a tier of herself, but she's clearly below Mark, and that's normal because he's Viltrumite, he's alien, and he has just these crazy genetics. So that's why I'm like, what will they do? The bomb guy may bomb one of these Viltrumite. He will laugh and then snap his neck or something. I just don't see them. Like, oh, clone girl, what will she do? She will clone herself like 20 times. Okay, cool. Viltrumite will just smash through every clone. It's like,
I
what
mean,
can they really
way
do?
more than 20 times. Like, that's her thing, dude. She's overpowered as hell.
She's not on a Viltrumite level. I'm sorry, but she's not on the Viltrumite level. Like, right now, I can't remember everyone's power, but I don't see anybody being on the Viltrumite level. I just don't see it. Um, anyhow, I liked episode 4 a lot. Um, and the biggest highlight is Omni-Man because he got growth, and you can tell finding his own son shake him up a lot. That broke him. he just wandered around the galaxy, and he almost wished to end his own life. He wasn't happy anymore, and he felt different. And he was like, okay, I kind of learned my lesson. I was wrong. I was the villain there, and the fact that now he tried to help out that other planet to redeem himself kind of earned that badge. Now he kind of redeemed himself, and I liked it. And again, that goes back to what I keep saying. I like good character that have growth, and Omni-Man season 2 is not the same as the one we had in season 1. And
Yeah.
this is amazing. This is the strength of this show. I think they are good at making interesting characterization. And the fact that Mark has that complex relationship where he doesn't want to forgive him, but he wants to forgive him because that's his father. But his father broke him and did so many wrong things. Like, how can you deal with that kind of trauma? It's just great. Like, I need more of this. It's just that I was like, okay, we'll be executed for that. That makes sense. But it's so sad because Mark and his father had such great moments together this week. It's the highlight, I think. Like, in terms of just like enjoying something without thinking, it's my favorite episode the show had. But again, I had issues with it. And having more lore about that alien species was interesting, and the fight was great. And the subplot on Earth didn't bore me because it made sense what was going on. Like, you have Adam and Eve wondering where Mark is, and now she realized, oh, he left Earth. And you realize that she's not as connected with Mark as she used to be, because they used to be like close friends before Amber took the lead. I don't like Ember, and this season Ember got nothing. Like, I I I just don't like Ember. I try my best, but Amber is just there to be a love interest. She doesn't feel like she adds something to the story. She's just there to make Mark life easier, but that's it. She doesn't have like a goal of her own. She doesn't add characteristic of her own that makes her like, oh wow, I want to learn more about that character. I don't give a crap. I actually think like having Mark doing superhero stuff and like leaving her like that is much more interesting than Amber social justice crap. Anyhow, that's what I think about episode 4. Uh, Great episode. What did you think of it, Marshy? What did you think of episode 4?
Honestly, so I've been watching all these episodes with my girlfriend, and we both the one nitpick that we both found was that we always make this joke about movies or shows that do a lot of like montage cuts. Is it was a little bit music video-y. There was a lot of points where it's flipping between like 4 or 5 different characters, and I was very interested to see everything going on, but it felt like it was a little much. Like, I do agree with Gray saying like the Adam Eve stuff. If I'm being honest, they could have just cut Adam Eve stuff out of the episode and left it to the next episode, and would have been okay with it. But that's my one and only nitpick with the episode. I thought it was fantastic. Seeing Omni Man and J.K. Simmons as his voice actor was just incredible. I could watch him, Omni Man, and Mark fight on screen together for hours. Like, it was just so cool and fun to watch them beat the fuck out of some Viltrumites. And I do really agree with your point where the characterization of him, basically trying to become a better person and actually like feel something like that part where he basically grabs Mark and is like, why do I feel this way? It's kind of really neat, and kind of like pulling on the heartstrings to a degree when he kind of actually is realizing that he feels something for these people. And when Mark obviously hits him with the why did you think about that about humans, you really see him like, oh, like, wow, like I was like a monster basically. So it's just really cool how you can make a guy that in the first season you think he's an absolute monster, and then within one episode you're like, wow, I'm kind of feeling for this guy. So I really like the characterization of that aspect. And again, the action, we all watched it. I don't need to say anything about it. We know how like awesome it was, and it was cool to finally see Mark not get beat the fuck out of he usually does. So it was again, great episode. I'm excited for the next episodes. I didn't realize this was the mid-season finale. I thought that was going to go next Friday. So I'll be sadly waiting.
So I'd like to add something else that I forgot to mention. I agree with you, Marshy. Debbie was a good character, and I was invested to what was going on with her this week, and even in the past week. I actually thought this season Debbie got much better than season one. Not that she was bad in season one, but in season one she only felt like, oh, the mother character that is like likable and that love her son, and this is all she was. But now you see more layer to her this season, and this is great. I'm invested. I care for Debbie so much, and even like Adam Eve, like her own fight scene. I almost forgot about that, but her own fight scene this week was cool. Then she realized oh, I endangered people by being like careless and reckless and that kind of stuff. That was wow. I need more of that. This is why Invincible is so good, and I think this season is far better than season one so far. Anyhow, I've already talked enough about this great episode. I will let Cole talk about it now.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with the one point where they could have saved things for future episodes. But I guess they wanted to get to the point with those certain arcs and storylines for characters like Adam Eve and tease it for episode 5 after the break, since they have other plans with them probably that they want to start right away on afterwards, as they seem to be getting to the point with a lot of things on Dragon along. At first though, I was kind of hoping that maybe they would focus on even more of that stuff for just this whole season and do Omni Man, I would say, in like season 3, like bring him back then, or maybe like in episode 7 or episode 8. But the way they did it here, I'm honestly fine with it. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, I also agree as well. The Debbie arc really thought was great. And yeah, also yeah, of course, the voice acting and action. I mean, we all, as Marshy said, we all saw him was fantastic as well. And I did like the music as always. Yeah, I mean, hard for me. This is the one topic hard for me to try to come up with any more because it's pretty much the same thing each episode. I just love the characters and everything else. I don't really want to repeat like the same positives, but yeah, I really dug it. If I would have to like rank the episodes so far, though, it'd probably be like 3, 1, 2, and 4. So this is the lowest for me, but it isn't a bad thing. I think they're all amazing.
So now I will ask. Cole already answered, but I will ask Marshy. How would you rank the first 4 episodes from best to worst or worst to
Oof,
best?
that's a hard one. I'm trying to think. I Number 4, like it's one of those episodes where, as you said, it was definitely one of the most flashy ones. But if you want to get real nitty gritty technical, again, there were some plot conveniences here and there. I'd probably say number 1 was episode 2. Number 2 is episode 3. Number 3 is episode 4. Then number 4 is episode 1.
Okay. What about you, Ray? How would you rank the first 4 episodes?
I think I like 3 the best out of any of them. I think the Alan the Alien story is going to stick with me. So I think that's my number 1. I really liked this finale. Then I'd probably go with the first one and the second one. But those 2 are damn close to me, episodes 1 and 2.
Yeah. So when it comes to me, I said that this episode 4 for me, is my favorite just in terms of enjoyment and entertainment. But sadly, it's the weakest episode this season. So how it goes for me, the strongest episode would be episode 3, followed by episode 2, followed by episode 1. And in last place, this breaks my heart because I enjoyed it so much and I would rewatch anytime. But episode 4 is coming last. Anyhow, I think it's the right time to give away our grade to this episode. What would be your grade out of 10, Marshy?
Honestly, I'll probably have to give this like a 9, which goes to show how amazing this season has been, considering I ranked this third. So
Yeah, I'm with you, man. That's a good and well deserved grade. What about you, Guri? What would be your grade out of 10?
I think I'd go like an 8. It's not perfect, but yeah, it's a really good cliffhanger. The one thing that like kind of lowers it for me is like, what the hell? I hate this split season thing. But yeah, other than that, it was great. Perhaps Mark should have been able to take out the lady with the knife hair if Omni-Man could take her out with like one elbow. But other than that, it was great. I think I go like, yeah, 8.
For me, that would be 9.5 out of 10 because I only had 2 issues. So, yeah, 9.5 for the weakest episode we got so far this season. What about you, Cole? What would be your grade out of 10 for episode 4?
Yeah, probably a 9.5.
Okay, so now, before we close off on Invincible for this week, I am wondering what are your expectations for the back half, starting with Cole?
Yeah, I don't really think too much about expectations, but I'm curious though how they'll handle certain character moments though on Earth now. With Debbie, and whether like Mark will like tell her those things and some other conflicts there, and I'm also like just curious, as the show goes along, like if they'll really like show just like that passage of time with like his lifespan compared to theirs, like like if he like just like leaves for another universe and then comes back and it's like shit, a year's already gone by. I don't know because I didn't read the comics up to this point. I just like read the comics, the first part of them after season 1. I'll probably do that once season 2's over until that point. So
Okay, my own expectation is I want Mark to at least train the people and tell them they are coming for us and there's nothing I can do. And I hope we get introduced to like other heroes that could be on par with Viltrumite. Otherwise, like there's not even a contest there. Like they will get crushed, destroyed, and enslaved fast. Um, that's the other thing with another world-ending threat. Like it's predictable. Like as I said, if the humans win and defeat the Viltrumite, it won't make any sense right now. So if they want to surprise us and make them win, you need to introduce us like new heroes before the conflict, or new powers, or new ways to like counter or find a way to like shut down these Viltrumites. Uh, like you need answers. You need stuff to make it like surprising because now it's just like you see it coming. It's coming, and soon. Anyhow, um, I expect it to still be good despite my few issues here and there. What are your expectations, Gray?
I expect to be waiting a bit too long. But yeah, I don't really have like a ton of expectations. I have a whole bunch of hopes. I hope to find out Omni-Man's fate. I hope to find out, the what's going on with Mark. If I'm assuming he's not going to the dark side on this. So how he would get out of this, so to speak. I don't know. There's just a lot that intrigues me, but with the pace that season 1 and 2 have gone so far, I expect they'll actually pay off some of this. So I hope those expectations aren't quashed.
And Marshy, what are your expectations for the back half?
I'm expecting and really hoping for longer episodes because it feels like they're really building up a lot here, and I love that. And I'm really glad to see that they're got kind of going big instead of going home. But I kind of want to see them at least try to close out some of it this season instead of me waiting another 2 years or 3 years for season 3. But honestly, I'm expecting great things. I'm expecting more blood, more gore, more Viltrumites, and I hope, and I'm really hoping to see that Mark can actually, become like the leader, the main guy of Earth. Because while you said previously he's probably the strongest guy on Earth, I probably agree with that, which is, not great considering he got, beat by one Viltrumite. But, I'm expecting, a real big fight at the end of next year, this season. So, one quick tidbit that I want to add about the, if humans were to beat Viltrumites, will that kind of make sense thing? One thing I did kind of notice on the fish episode where Cecil points out that super high pitched velocity sound or whatever really messed up Mark. I wonder if we see that come back as a tactic against Viltrumites in the later seasons from Cecil. So
I don't think that will be enough, because if it was, then it undermines and erases like the huge fight Omni-Man had with Mark. But yeah, that could be like a key, but I feel like they need more than just that, because that clearly happened prior the fight between Mark and Omni-Man. And
You don't think ear kryptonite's enough?
no, it's not, like, it's not. Anyhow, I will ask to all of you. I'm wondering, I have no idea, that's why I ask. Will we get an episode next week, or they're really taking a break for like holidays, or I don't know?
No. They're taking a break until next year.
Really?
Who knows how?
They haven't announced the date yet.
Wow.
Yeah, it could be something like
Okay.
March or April. I don't know.
This is a bit disappointing, to be honest. Like, I get it. Like, some shows tend to do that. Like, some of my favorite shows used to do that, but that's like a small series with like 8 episodes. So I actually ate this shit. Why? Why would you do that? At least we'll get a good product. But I mean, 4 episodes and you already go on a break. Like, make us wait longer. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyhow, that was a very fun talk. So, Marshy, do you have a YouTube or a social or something you'd like to share with us?
I mean, I just use like Discord, for being honest. My casual, social medias. I have like a Twitter if you guys want to, follow my Twitter, but that's about it, honestly.
Okay, so right now, since you don't know about the other topics, it's understandable if you leave. You can still chill here with us and talk with us. My computer froze, but you can still chill here. But we are done talking about Invincible for now. And yeah, so you're the welcome to stay, but you're also the welcome to leave if you have other stuff to do. That's very understandable. So what will go on? Will you stay with us, or will you leave?
Yeah, I'll probably chill for like 10-15. I have some dinner to make soon, or I guess some late night
Okay.
snacks to make.
Okay.
But I'll chill for a bit. I'll see what kind of discussions are also going on.
Perfect. So let's do this. Next topic is Doctor Sleep. The last topic
Right.
Gray has seen, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
So before we dive deep into that, I'd like to say, I think The Shining had more to offer, but it was a slightly worse movie. I was hella entertained by Doctor Sleep, and right now I am looking into finding my notes because I had a side note I'd like to share before we really dive deep into it, but I gotta find um that note there. Okay, where are you, Doctor Sleep? There you are, Doctor Sleep. That was part 1. Doctor part 2. Okay, so side note: the movie diminishes what happened in The Shining by making The Shining all based on fantasy and no longer based on interpretation. I didn't hold it against the movie, but that's a side note. I was like, yeah, it makes me sad because Shining is no longer as good as it used to be. But that's my
This
side
doesn't
note.
tarnish The Shining, but yeah, you're totally right. Like, that's the cool thing about Kubrick. Like, he really leaves it up to your interpretation. And that one, there's a whole bunch of different theories as to like there is no magic at all, like The Shining is just a metaphor. This slaps you in the face with
Yeah.
it exists.
Yeah, and that did disappoint me a lot. But that's a side note. I didn't hold it against the movie because I guess that's the universe it's in, and maybe it's really following the source of material. Anyhow, who wants to go first on Doctor Sleep?
Well, I guess I will, because I'll just get my opinions out of the way here. Again, we said this like I don't know, last week, but we said this. This was a tricky film to make because not only was it like a spiritual sequel type thing to a film that people consider a classic and a masterpiece today, and then also something that Stephen King has tried to like remake before that didn't work out, and also that Stephen King just wasn't a fan of. That it's trying to please there, but it's also trying to please then Stephen King himself, but also the fan base of the Doctor Sleep, and then also another fan base on top of that, which I forgot about, but it also has connections to us. So it's trying to please like in 4 different angles. So it was really tough to try to like put this together and make something that like no matter what wouldn't be polarizing. So it was basically a guarantee there. And this was directed by Mike Flanagan, who's a director who's had some misses. Okay, I guess multi-legged out, but we'll be back. But he is a director who's had some misses for sure. Like Hush was just kind of really bad. It didn't really do anything with the premise, and it just
Gerald's
had a really
Game,
lot of
though.
awful moments. Jesus, yeah, Gerald's Game was an improvement, and there were other movies like I liked Oculus and other things. I didn't really understand some of his TV shows though, but whatever. He's hit or miss. I don't think he's really made anything though that's like great. I think he's just made a lot of solid stuff and a lot of bad stuff to me. But he's at least like competent in its style though. Doesn't have like too vibrant of one, but at least has enough of one, I guess you could say. But with this, I was pleasantly surprised in areas, and other areas not so much. But overall, I did enjoy this film. I wouldn't necessarily call it a great film, but I wouldn't call it a bad film either. I think this is a pretty solid, competent, film, and it at least did its job. The thing I hate about the most is just the references to The Shining. I think are really cheap. There are some that work. Mainly, I like the talk with like I forgot the character's name for some reason in The Shining. Let me just like
Dick?
look. Yeah, yes, right, yes. I like the conversations with Dick that he has in this, and as a grown up, I think that was interesting, and I also like the moment with two multis, nice. But anyway, and then I like the moments with with Jack Nicholson there in the hotel. That was a good moment, but outside of some moments like that, it's the rest of it is really.
What about the Shelley Duvall actress? I can't remember her name, but I thought she did a remarkable Shelley Duvall like impression.
Yeah, I mean,
she did a good.
She did a good impression, but as for just the acting though, like with it, and then there's other things as well I wasn't as huge of a fan of, and then also the last 15 minutes. That's my That's my biggest issue with it. It was like a really bad like montage of The Shining, like woohoo, and they did really poor job with it. At other. Okay, that's cool, Marcia. Yeah, see you. Next week or whatnot. Again, we post the schedule for the next like 6 weeks or so. In there, so you could look at all the movies and shows in the group chat that we posted above, and see if you've seen any of them, or if you want, watch any of the films online beforehand, so you can come and discuss, any of them you want. Talk later.
But yeah, thanks for sharing your opinions on Invincible.
That's the I talked about like Garrett and Parker were a part of the old community back in 2016 to 2020 as a part of hockey community. Yeah, that's a third person from it. So yeah, it's cool to have him on finally. But yeah. Anyway, the last 15 minutes, like there are some moments of it I didn't mind, and with like the villain, but there were and with the maze thing. But then there were other moments where it was just and especially like the last 5 minutes of it was the last like 5 or 10 minutes of the entire film of her running through the hotel and seeing all those things, and then the dude killing himself in Minecraft, YouTube in Minecraft, and then the ending. It's just like all that stuff I hated. It was disgusting, but
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
yeah,
It does feel like it's a bit of a
it was
letdown
just
compared
really
to the rest
bad.
of it.
It was just it was just a really bad montage. But the things I like the most is when it's trying to more separate itself, realizing it can't be like The Shining. Let's try to do our own thing. Just be at least a good film, and it works. Like it works for the most part, at least, where it's at least a solid, competent film overall with those scenes. Like I like a lot the scenes with Ewan McGregor with the him as an adult going through all those things and his drug recovery, which is also very accurate now. As somebody went through it, and also the all the scenes in the hospital with all the older people, passing away, thought was really good as well, just like really well acted and compelling, and stuff like that I really enjoyed, and then get more and more, but all that stuff I really liked, and then some of the stuff with the villains. There were moments with the villains that I really enjoyed. Like I like the scene everybody brings up with like the kid, playing baseball, and then that whole scene. Like, yeah, that was pretty intense. I mean, I've seen way more intense, but still, for like a film like that, pretty intense, and also just like really well done, and especially the acting from the kid there. But then there were other moments where it was pretty cheesy, especially this was, I believe, played by Rebecca Ferguson. Like there were points where I really loved her like look and her and like what she's going for with the villain, but then there's other points where I'm just like fucking hell, especially that whole like dream thing where whatever. Um, but there were cool things they did with like the powers in this, so that I liked, and implementing that more. And how they kind of like introduce more people into the like cult thing. So yeah, overall, I think this was a solid, competent film, as I said, but I wouldn't give it any less or any more than that. It does have its fair share of issues, and it isn't anywhere near The Shining, but it also isn't a bad film, and you have to take into account a lot of things it was going for, where it was kind of set up to at least be polarizing, like, or be a disappointment for a lot of people. Like, I don't really like calling this a some sequel to The Shining because of that, especially with like how long it's been afterwards and how different it is from the original Shining, and and it's just like really it just really shouldn't be like compared like that at all. Which is why I also wish they just didn't implement those original stuff from it. The only thing I would have kept again is that his conversations with Dick, and the one Jack Nicholson scene. That's it. But yeah, I just kind of like separate it from that and just look at it as its own thing. And when I think you do that, and when I think a lot of hardcore Shining fans do that, they can at least say it's a solid film. Around that, at least not like a terrible film. But anyway, I'm done now.
So I'm back. My computer crashed, and when I came back, I was like, "Why can't I hear anything?" So I decided to like open my phone, and I was like, "Okay, I will try to StreamYard through my phone," and boom, I could hear you. So I was like, "Okay, that's an issue with my computer." So I did lots of maneuvering around, and I'm back officially. Anyhow,
Hey,
I
nice.
will let you go second, Gray. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so I agree with what Cole's saying. It's a competent film. I think if I were to describe it in one word, it would be compromise. So I really like the book The Shining, and I really like the movie The Shining, and the book of Doctor Sleep really does go after the book of The Shining, which is completely different than what Kubrick did. Kubrick was going for a completely different thing. Again, he kind of takes a script that's written by somebody else and then adds his elements into like every single part of the frame. I could see why Stephen King wouldn't like that. He had it as kind of more of a straightforward tale. Like Multi was mentioning with like the whole like magic system, uh, it is questionable as to whether anything magical or fantastical or whatever actually happened in the original Kubrick film. It is not up for debate in the actual books, and that's the problem. This is Mike Flanagan, who, like Cole is saying, is kind of hit or miss. I like a lot of his properties. He gets a really good vibe, but he tends to not stick the landing on a lot of them, and I think that's kind of what happened here too. But it is a compromise between the book world and this, The Shining, the classic film that everybody kind of thinks of when they hear The Shining. I'm guessing most people think of Jack Nicholson. Um, it is a big, it's a Herculean task to make a spiritual sequel to that. I think they did a good job for the most part. The book is really amazing and it fleshes out all the characters a lot more. You do kind of understand Rose the Hat and what her motivation is, what the clan's motivation is, and you get more of them like, hunting for extra members and then them hunting for different people, including possibly people that we met in the first movie. It's really kind of it fleshes that out way more. I really do like the portrayal that we get of Rose the Hat in the movie, but it's not the same. You definitely get more out of her and like her greed and just her character in the book. But this was a really good interpretation of it. Um, Again, it does almost everything that Kubrick was doing. It does the opposite of. It makes it right in your face that this is magic. This did actually happen. The Shining. Not only is it real, but there's other creatures that feed off of it. It's strange. So you lose like all the ambiguity, which is my favorite part of The Shining, and then you lose what Kubrick was trying to do. So first off, the hotel shouldn't be around anymore. In the actual book, it explodes, so there shouldn't be much of it left or anything like that. But somehow it's kind of like the compromise between the movie and the book. So it is there, but now it's in disrepair. So it's exactly the opposite of what Kubrick was trying to do, where, a horror movie, he didn't want it to be cheap with like jump scares or, darkly, dimly lit hallways where things can just kind of pop out. Instead, he wanted to put that terror, that horror right in the bright, shiny light. Like, you're going to see this. We get the opposite when we go back to the Overlook. It's just completely a different take on it. I don't know that it's the greatest take on it. I do kind of wish that they didn't go back at the end. It does feel like it's a whole bunch of like member berries, just going back for nostalgia's sake. The book is different. The end diverts very much from the book. I think the book handled it a lot better. Again, the hotel doesn't exist in the book. It did explode. The boiler is the thing that they needed the caretaker to keep taking care of. Otherwise, the whole place would explode. That's why they needed someone there over the winter. Yeah, so it's just completely different. But like Cole said, it's a competent film. As far as now I'm blanking on his name. Mike, I can't think of his last name. Flanagan. As far as Mike Flanagan films go, it is still up there at the top. I like it more than a lot of his other ones. I think this and Gerald's Game are my two favorite of his. I think it was a really huge ask to, make something that is a compromise between the film and the book version, and then do the sequel to it when both are so iconic. I think he did a pretty good job with it, but it is not a perfect film, and it kind of shows you what Kubrick did better when they kind of revisit a lot of those things. But yeah, I think that's kind of my thoughts on it.
So yeah, guys said it. I thought it undermined the Shining movie. Here's the thing. I have a weird relationship toward Doctor Sleep because as a movie, I thought it was better than The Shining, but it did bother me a lot that it undermined what The Shining was trying to do. This is like something that rubbed me off the wrong way, but as I said, I won't hold it against movie. And I'd say I was more entertained by The Shining. Maybe it's because of runtime, maybe it's because it's up to interpretation. I'm not saying here that Doctor Sleep I hated the movie or anything. I'm just saying that The Shining caught more of my attention than Doctor Sleep. And maybe it's a mixture of both, like the runtime and the fact that it's up to you, the viewer, to decide what happens. Um, but yeah, I still enjoyed a lot the magic system. I liked it, but it bothered me that it undermined The Shining. And I like the action and the flashy stuff in Doctor Sleep. I thought it was lacking that kind of stuff in The Shining, but I still think The Shining was more entertaining. But
Different kind of film. It's kind of
yeah,
like Alien versus Aliens. It's like one's a suspense and then one's kind of more of an action flick. Like it's a
yeah,
different thing, but yeah, I can understand your interpretation.
yeah. So I really enjoyed the universe. Doctor Sleep. I like how they explained very well how the magic worked and all of the element of the lore, the villains, and how to beat the villains, and the what happened to the kid, like as he went adult and he grew up, and the relationship with the mother that was endearing a lot, and now the main character taking some kind of mentor role was also very good. As I said, I was entertained. I thought Doctor Sleep was a well-made movie. I only had two issues. First issue, telling instead of showing the grandparents of the guy teaching him about The Shining. So like that was early in the movie. Like the mentor we had seen in The Shining is back, and he's basically telling the main character, "Oh, my grandmother taught me, and now I will taught you, and then you will taught someone the same way I was taught." I was like, why don't you like introduce a scene where you see a kid talking to his grandma about the same kind of stuff? Why don't you introduce that instead of like telling us like that exposition there? Um, Anyhow, I still like the idea of him like passing the mental and then Doctor Sleep passing the mental to the kid. Um, that was really good. The other issue I had would be telling instead of showing the story of the book. Now I know this is on the second half of the movie. I can't remember exactly. I think that was like the hunting trip or something like that. That was the story of the good friend that basically passed away during the big fight with the villains. Speaking of villains, I thought the villains were really solid. They were entertaining. The acting, the writing, they were cool. Like even if they can seem one dimensional, like I think just like they did their job, and I was invested enough with what they were doing and the story and the characters to be like, okay, these villains, man, they're cool. And the entire action sequence, like when they fight them, that was amazing. And the death of the good friend was sad. I did feel something when the friend died. Um, the car scene was really smart because they were like, oh, these people think they are immortal, but they are not. So because they think they are immortal, he doesn't buckle up his belt, and then he goes crazy and make a car crash in purpose, and then that off the villains. That was really cool. I really enjoyed that. Like that showcase the main character as being resourceful and smart. And then we have the big showdown on the hotel that I really liked. The action was on point. And it was clever how they were able to take down that villain that was stronger than them just because they are smarter than that monster that is stronger. So that's the core thing. I really like that movie. That's a really good sequel, and I think um pacing wise, it's perfect. Usually, I'm not the biggest fan of 3 hour long movies. Sometimes I will hold runtime against its own. Um, Barry Lyndon is one example, but here I was hooked the entire time. I liked it. That was like a 3 hour movie that I can stand behind, and I can say like there's no way you can cut something and still make it work. These 3 hours were worth watching for me. Anyhow, um, I thought Shining had more to offer, but this is a superior movie than The Shining. So I don't have much more to say. Um, I will give this movie a 9.5 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
Probably give this anywhere between like a 5 or a 6.
I gotta say, them's fighting words, Multi. You're saying that this is a better movie than The Shining. All right. So, just out of curiosity, what part do you think is going to be like iconic or like parodied or like has created a trope from, Doctor Sleep?
Well, I don't think so. Like, I think Shining had more to offer, but I still think uh, it's a better movie, Doctor Sleep, because as I said, I only had 2 issues, and they were really nitpick. Like, I really needed to dig deep and be like, I need to find issues with this movie.
Yeah, but
Well,
I mean, sometimes flaws isn't the only thing. Sometimes a film is flawless, but it's just like solid from
not
start
for
to
me. I'm
finish.
fair to everything, bro. You know me. I'm fair to everything. If I don't find issues, that's a 10 for me.
Okay, well, so if you couldn't find any issues in The Shining though, but you weren't into it,
I
then
did find issues with it.
yes. But if you didn't, but you weren't
I would
into
have
it,
I would have given a 10, even if I wasn't into
geez.
that
Okay,
movie.
well, it's in it.
All right.
Again, I don't know if I like fully. Again, it's your. Everybody has their own way of doing it, so I'm fine with it. It's just like I do think like you did say you have before, like taken it into account sometimes, but I do think you need to sometimes more take into account, like like whether the positives and everything are that high or not, or
Well, there were, but you cut off.
Ah, I don't know, man. It's just, saying that Doctor Sleep is a better film than the thing that everybody hails like a classic. That
Guys have
like you
nostalgia.
put up just a pattern, sorry, pattern, not pattern. You put up just a pattern, and people are like, "Oh yeah, that movie, I love it." Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like, okay, so I like Rose the Hat, but if I see somebody in a magician's hat, I'm not going to be like, "Okay, that's clearly they're trying to be that character." Where if I see like a girl in that dress, like it's like, oh god, you're one of the twins from like I don't know. There's just so many iconic things in that first one that I don't know, man. Modern pacing be damned. I think The Shining is just amazing, but I'm a stand for it. What can I say? It is one of my favorite flicks. Definitely. I think my favorite horror flick would be The Shining. So perhaps I'm putting a little bit too much into it. That being said, I do think Doctor Sleep is a solid flick. I think I'd give it like a 7.5. I would want to rate it higher. I like this portrayal. I like every actor that's in it. I don't feel like
Did
there's
you
any
do that
roles
on
that they just
purpose?
do.
What?
My internet went out while I was talking. It's like, did you do that
What?
on purpose?
No, that what happened?
Internet went out while I was talking. It's like during that rant. It's like, Jesus Christ.
I was worried. I was like, no, no, the shows. We need to talk about the shows.
Yeah, well, I'm on my phone right now. It's just like, when my internet goes out, it takes like fucking 6 or 7 minutes to fully load the the Wi-Fi backups. I'm just on here for now.
Okay. But yeah, keep going with what you were saying, Cole, before
Oh
computer went out.
well, I mean, I was just saying, like, I do think, like sometimes, I mean, I guess maybe for you it works with like how you view films, but I mean, I guess I don't know. To me, it's like
You
Oh
cut off
no.
again.
Again.
For me, it's
I think was it last time wasn't he saying like for me?
for me, it's the
No.
same thing.
No.
Uh,
Um but yeah, I don't know, man. I to each their own. I understand. Like there are things that I understand are objectively bad. I dig Velma. I understand I am like the only person on the planet that likes that show. But okay, like I get it, to each their own. But man, like to just say that
yeah,
Doctor Sleep is better than The
yeah.
Shining,
Shining has more to
it kind of
offer.
pains me to be.
Shining has more to offer. That I recognize it, but
I
I
like
have more
Doctor Sleep.
issues.
I like the book a lot more. The compromise of this film brings it down to me, and the compromise is basically the end. So I don't know.
And with
I
nostalgia glasses, that's the other thing. It's a classic
I'm
because
so I'm not looking at through nostalgia glasses. Like I literally just read the book like right before this came out, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm excited for this. This is gonna be awesome. Like this is a good successor to that flick, and it'll be great." And then instead they go back to the Overlook, and it's weird, man. It's not nostalgia. It's just like this is a bad choice. Like I I really like Mike Flanagan films. He has a great feel to them, but he doesn't stick the landing a lot, and I think this is one of those. But again, to each their own. You know, I like Velma, so take my opinion with a grain of salt.
yeah, like I like stuff guys didn't like, or I hated stuff guys liked. So everyone their own, as you said. Um, so yeah, cool, bro. I don't know what's going on with him. Like 2 days in a row, it's sad. It's
Well, I
sad.
think he said it would be only about like 3 minutes for his Wi-Fi to boot
Oh,
back
oh,
up.
oh,
So
oh. There he
he
is.
should be.
He's back.
There we
End
go.
me now.
Wi-Fi again.
No, it wasn't even the
So I think both
Wi-Fi.
times you're like, "Well, my opinion," and then it just cut off. Like,
It wasn't even the Wi-Fi that time. My phone just stopped working for whatever reason. It was like, what the fuck? For some reason, StreamYard on mobile devices don't work as well. There's a lot of lag
it does
spikes.
not.
Yes, and even on PC there is, which is annoying. Like every time I interrupt people, it's not that I mean to. It's because there's a lag spike or there's like a 5 second delay on my side, so I have to like
I'm
try to
just a jerk.
time it. God, but anyway, so I was just saying, I would. I mean, everybody has their own way of doing it. So I guess with you, it works best. But possibly. But I mean, it's just for me. I mean, I think there's like different levels of like of good and bad. Like like just for Doctor Sleep, for example. Like I mean, it might have been like there might not been really like any flaws in it, but I wouldn't really say there was anything that like was amazing or stood out. So I don't. So because of that, I would never give it just like a 9 or something, just because it was flawless. I would drop it down to like maybe like an 8 or a 7.
And I will add more. Like you know me, like there are many movies I didn't like. I still gave it a 7 because I thought they were good movies. And the same goes for like movie I really liked and enjoyed, but knew they were bad movies. That's the thing. Like I try my best to be consistent, so people don't say, "Oh, you don't believe that stuff." Like I do
Yeah,
everything
but
I
I
say.
do
I
think
do.
subjectiveness, you should take into account sometimes. Well, I mean, you do. I mean, you do. I mean, more so like with you do so with like the films you don't like as much, saying like like I didn't like the pacing and everything, but I understand this is a well made film, but I do think when it comes to certain films that might not have any flaws to you, but might not have been as into, you could maybe like correct a bit. Like for example, you gave, even though you really weren't a big fan of that film at all, you gave Everything Everywhere a 9 out of 10. So
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you could have dropped it down to like an 8 or a 7. I don't know.
No, it deserves it. It deserves it. It's
So
fine.
okay, well, fine.
Anyhow,
Just,
I feel like every grade I've given are deserved. That's why I'm consistent. Anyhow, what do you have going on, Gray?
I don't have much going on this week. I'm supposed to drop a couple of random videos, but they're taking a while longer. So, yeah, Thinkers every Thursday on that darn kiddos channel. That's about all I got going on.
Well, that's still amazing. And tomorrow we will talk body positivity. That will be interesting. Anyhow, thank you a lot, Gray. You're amazing. You always impress me to watch five movies. Like outside of Cole, you're the one person
I'm
that
finally
sticks.
getting praised for, just sitting on my ass watching things. No, thanks, guys. It's always awesome to talk to you guys. I hope you have a good rest of your evening.
You two have a great one and take care. We will talk later. So here we are, just us two, like when we first started. This feels nostalgia, bro. Season 4 already. Um, so let's start off with Powers, bro.
Powers, fantastic.
A
Masterpiece of a
masterpiece.
season. Yeah, so somehow, as you said in DMs, this was an improvement. The main thing that I would say they improved on was, if I remember correctly, now I didn't write down like any notes for this week because I knew a lot of the things to heart. I just didn't, with eyes wide shut because I didn't have time to rewatch it. And the same thing here. So sorry if I stumble on my words or if there's one where I kind of blank on. But I mean, this season though, the main thing that I think it kind of improved on was like the one or two characters that we cared about a lot in season one. I would say they did an even better job with in season two. And I also liked the how they really solved cases in this season compared. Well, season one was just like, yeah, but I mean, like the season one just had terrible acting all around, the
Yeah,
worst effects ever,
I agree.
awful story. But in this, they took a different path in season two, and I think it was a good change. They did a better job with the story they were trying to tell with like the limited amount of resources that Marvel and such gave them for this show,
Yeah,
where it worked better. Um, the problem with this and why it's still a really bad season, though, just not like terrible, is the characters I still don't care about, and there's besides Sharto Copley's, still don't care about any of them really. They're just like they have no chemistry with each other. Again, there's the acting is just really bad. Like and But even I'll be honest, even Sharto Copley, like I was kind of disappointed with him in season two. In season one, he had moments, but he isn't anything great. He's just okay, but that's like the best in the show compared to everything else. And it's clear that he doesn't have like much breathing room to like act on his own. But then which is disappointing. And in season two, he clearly didn't either, and it's even more disappointing because he has showed, even though outside of District 9, that won his debut performance, he hasn't been like a great actor and everything. He's shown in many films and shows to at least have that charisma and be a very still a good actor in things like you when you watch I don't think we watched this one yet. We didn't watch Hardcore Henry, but in that, I mean, he plays the character and the charisma of it and everything so well, and it's supposed to be kind of goofy and everything. And I was hoping maybe there get some moments of that work, but it's just bland for the most part. It's like a bland script, a bland character that he's like has to work with, and it's sucks. And then the effects are still shitty, the action and stuff still shitty. It's still shot pretty poorly. It's disappointing. There are some things that I think it improved on, and with the change of pace it decided to go through, but it's still not good at all. Jesus
that's all I
Christ.
felt watching this movie.
Yeah,
Oh.
pretty much. Uh, is there anything else? I mean, it tried to do like I guess certain things with like celebrities and with powers, but other shows have already kind of done that and better. I mean, I don't know how many of them because this came out later.
Before
It
the
didn't come out.
boys.
Yeah, and it wasn't before other ones, but it was before
The
certain ones
boys.
like the
Yeah.
boys. So I don't know, but how many of them it did before this. But either way, compared to all the others, it's really lacks in comparison. It's a good idea, but they didn't do much good with it. Um, yeah, it really this show really shouldn't have been made. There's just like no focus in the direction of it and like what they want to do, and uh, sadly though, honestly, it's still better than some of the other shit we've been watching this week. So
Yeah.
it's still better than honestly stuff like the last season of The Flash. So
I agree,
you know,
fully agree.
yeah. Anyway, what were your opinions on it? Also, I don't know if I can do the episode thing this week. I thought I would be able to. I was like, I mean, I've seen them all.
But you didn't take
Uh,
enough notes.
well, I mean, I could like try to pull them up and like try to remember. It's just like it wouldn't be like honest. So I don't know.
Okay. Anyhow, um, that season was a weird one because they did improve on a few things. As a side note, I didn't really hold it against the show, but it still rubbed me off the wrong way. I wasn't a fan of that. So Christian, the main character, didn't feel as well written as he was in season one. Now he only feels like generic cop going after people to solve the retro girl case because it's a personal case. And it's disappointing because season one added so many layers to Christian, and Christian was fascinating because a lot of what he was doing was up to interpretation. And this season, it's not the case. Like, you see is what you get. What you get is what you see. And I'm like, okay, that's like a downgrade. It's not amazing. And I think it really goes down to the story they wanted to tell. It's a story that has been overdone in so many cop TV shows, and eventually that could be interesting to like, even if it's not comic book accurate, we could add in the mix some cop show in the future, but not now. Like in the future, eventually. But um, that's disappointing. As I said, I didn't really hold it against this season. It's just not as good as what it was. So Christian was a downgrade, but I feel like most characters were improved on. They were more interesting. The struggle they had was also slightly improved. But just like what you said, acting was awful. And I will admit there, I can't stand by bad CGI, and sometimes I won't see it, and sometimes I won't talk about CGI because I grew up not caring about that, and because CGI is a very complex and hard thing. It's and it also costs money, and I understand budget restriction and that kind of stuff. But here's the thing: the CGI in this show, bro, it broke my brain. It broke it. And it's coming from someone that will stand by and defend CW, even when it wasn't the best CGI out there. And I know that it wasn't the best CGI, but it wasn't that bad. I'm sorry, but Powers is just another bad level of CGI. Like, CGI, bro. Um, the pacing was also really bad this season. So it was another 10 episode season, but it felt like the same kind of story could have been told under like 6 episodes. And another generic character I didn't like, the new FBI cow. I hated her guts. But I understand what they were doing with her. They tried to give her layers, and it did work sometimes, but other times she just came off as unsufferable and annoying and one note and lazy. And hell, her supporting character, the beast, he doesn't get a single line. And okay, that's fine. We have some mute character in
Yeah.
some TV shows and movies that
Good
are cool.
pay.
Huh? What did you say?
I'm saying I hope they gave him a good paycheck.
Yeah, I also hope so. And Black Noir in The Boys, I was a huge fan of that guy in season 1 and 2. I can't remember 3, but I mean, like, I have nothing against mute characters, but they need to be interesting. And that one was just there to say, oh, I exist. I'm the cameo of this week. And that's sad. So the villains. I like the highlight at being Sanal, like the Super Shock being like turned nuts and being flipped and cracked and that kind of stuff. That was entertaining, but it wasn't groundbreaking. It wasn't unique. It wasn't like, oh, that's amazing. I want to see it. No, it was just okay. And we get more of that shit we had in season 1. Telling instead of freaking showing all the time. That pissed me off so much this season. They just didn't have the money to make it a show. You know, like, why do you do a show like that if you don't have money? It's like, I will give another example. They skipped the part where Diamond got defeated because they wanted to save some damn money. Like, one scene is like, oh, you will get crushed and it's dangerous and don't be a cowboy like that. And then the next scene is on the ambulance, injured, and he got defeated. We assume that's after Wolf. It's like, why? No, I hate you, show. You have the potential to be great. You just don't have the money, and you don't have the writing firepower to do that. We also got like stupid shit like Christian going on crime scene while loves. He's a damn cop, bro. What is going on there? Or plot armor. People are being pushed everywhere like ragdolls. Nobody dies from like super strength. And it was shown that super strength does end people life in season 1. Hell, the first scene is about that. And now it's like, oh yeah, people are packing punch. They get their scroll crushed and they survive. Oh, Diamond, an entire building fell on him and he's still alive. Okay, whatever. Like, I feel like if he had his power back, that would actually make sense that an entire building would fall on him and he would survive because his power are emerging and coming back. But no, it's clearly hinted that he is powerless. He is still powerless now this season. And yet he's surviving a building collapsing on him. It's so stupid. Don't do this shit. So the side villain that was like making earthquakes and destroying stuff, it was entertaining, I guess, but it wasn't groundbreaking. I like Callista more this season than last season. And another side note, Johnny Royal, like the guy that was running really fast, or actually that was teleporting. The guy that was teleporting, he wasn't around this season, and this is a bit sad because I like that character. He was entertaining, and he really felt missing this season. So yeah, like, this is just a slightly improved version of what it was in season 1, but it's still not a good show. Like, there are some really good highlight, like learning about how Power Division came up to be and how Diamond was recruited and the start of it. And I like that aspect. That was really cool. Like, this show has so much potential it never lived up to. Like, Christian pushing someone down a window and all the struggle that led to it with his partner and stuff. That was cool. I like that. But again, it's handled by stupid people. Anyhow, um, I will let you guess what's my top three and worst three before we give away our grades.
Uh, I'll say, fucking hell. I'll say your top three is 7, 9, and yeah, 7, 9, and 1, and then your worst three are 10, 5, and 4.
That's very interesting. I like your guess. So you were right on a few of them. So my favorite episode was episode 7 with a 10 out of 10. I had no issue whatsoever. And if the entire damn show was like that, I would be the biggest defender of that show. I would be like, this show is golden. This show is amazing. But that was the only really standout episode. That's probably the best episode the entire show had. I liked it so much. Um, Next up, my second favorite would be. I'm looking into my notes. I see a lot of 7 around. So my second favorite would be episode 8 with a 7.5 out of 10, followed by episode 5, 7.5 out of 10 again. Um, Honorable mention, episode 6 was a 7. So yeah, okay. My worst three. Episode 10, that's really bad. I gave a 5 out of 10. Telling instead of showing the one-dimensional zombie. I admit acting sucked. I admit CGI was horrendous. Telling instead of showing, not funny. Plot armor, partner, survival. And then it's followed by. I'm looking into my notes. It's followed by episode 2, which was another 5 out of 10. And episode 2, my issues were special effects were actually terrible. Pacing, not funny. The cops looking stupid, all pointing guns to Powers. It's unbelievable that only Christian kept his cool. The lack of showing past history did water down the impact of Retro Girl. Add on the guy that gave a speech in her funeral. Not funny, bad lightning. And to add more, um, this was early in the season and it feels like it was misplaced because early in the season, Christian was very, very reckless in everything he did, and he was out of control up to the point he solved the case of Retro Girl. So the fact that it was the only one on the precinct keeping his cool didn't make any sense. It was really stupid, poor writing. Anyhow, the third worst episode was episode 1 with a 6.5 out of 10. No gloves on the crime scene, telling instead of showing, the father plot armor. And there we go. This season overall deserves a 6.5 out of 10 for me, which is one full extra point from season 1. It's still not good. For me, 6.5 is like mediocre at best. So what would be your grade out of 10?
I gave the first season like around a 3. I'll give this like a 3.25.
3.25. Okay. So let's talk about the next topic, which is Cloak and Dagger. Another masterpiece, bro.
Yippee! Woo! Cloak and Dagger. So if I remember correctly, let me look just in case. Somewhere. God, where the fuck is? Okay. Yeah. This. I'm trying to see if I thought I might have wrote down something for this one. I'm just trying to like find it right now in case I did. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm confused, but I'm just gonna see first. Okay. Right.
Bro,
Okay. So I didn't. Apparently I didn't. But whatever. I'll just
I
put a
got
simple.
I gotta say something. I look at
Yeah.
my notes right now. This is the most inconsistent shit I've ever seen. I see bunch of tens and bunch of fours.
Jesus. Fucking
It's
hell.
like either that
Well,
was like a golden episode, or I was like, "What a dumpster fire,
fantastic.
bro."
Well, I'll I'll be honest. So from what I remember about this season, this was the first one I watched in the week, so I don't remember too much. But and I didn't write anything down. But from what I remember, um, I thought the acting actually kind of improved in this season. I thought the two actors gained more chemistry between each other, and they did a better job. And I think that was the highlight of this season, and it
Yeah,
saved some episodes.
I agree.
Uh, the rest of it still sucked though.
It's so
Lighting,
natural.
yes, the lighting was shit. Still, the writing was still shit. The camera work was still shit. It was still a really bad show. Just maybe not like Gotham Knights level this time, or Inhumans, more so like Power season 1 level.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was. I mean, like I don't know if there were like some episodes that I would say were like better than the others. Like you had, like apparently you really loved some episodes and really hated some episodes. For me, it was kind of consistent all the way around. There were some moments, but overall they were kind of. Sorry, God, getting tired. It's pretty fucking late. God, when we started this, but anyway, I was just pretty consistent for me. I'm curious. So, what did you think of the music? Just to know I'm not going crazy. What did you think of the music in this?
I will sound weird, but I thought the music was fine. Uh,
Okay, because I did like the music in this. Okay, so
yeah,
I'm not crazy,
you're not
but
crazy. The music was fine. I thought when it came to both shows, the music were one of the highlights. I think.
mhm.
Um, like it's not like groundbreaking or anything, but it's there and it's interesting. And
Yeah,
sometimes they did try to work out to make it work and interesting at the same time. So no, you're not
yeah.
crazy. I think that was
Okay,
fine.
okay, but also the editing. It's kind of ironic that once again that we covered Napoleon this week, because I would say the editing is kind of similar. There were points where it's like really solid and consistent, but then there were certain scenes where I was like, why is it edited like that? It's ruining the scene. And then I mean the effects. I mean, I don't really need to go into the effects again. They're not as bad as Powers, at least, but that's not saying much. Now there's some separate storylines that they try to do, and I just didn't care for any of them. They were boring. Like I don't think the ideas were bad. It's just not something that they really need to spend that much time on. Uh, and yeah, I mean that's pretty much it that I can think of. But and also I will say actually some of the locations and production was a bit of an improvement in this season, in my opinion. I'll say that as well. But anyway, for my top three, it would probably be, I would say 2, 4, and 5, and then my bottom three would probably be 9, 6, and 1, And I'll say for my predictions with you, I'll say your bottom three are 9, 6, and 5, and your top three are 3, 7, and 8.
3, 7, and 8. So I will already start off with the top three and worst three because you guessed it. Well, you didn't guess right, but that's so fine. That's so funny to see
Yeah,
how
well,
you
I mean,
picture.
again, I kind of do these at random. Like, I have somewhat of a mind of your taste, but honestly, like when I do these, when I do like the prediction part, I don't remember fully like what episodes had what. If I did, then it would be, 1,000 times
Clear,
easier.
better, yeah.
Yes, easier. Like then I would know, like, okay, there are a bunch of cops in this episode who couldn't aim properly. But they all went with shows with superhero shows like this, outside of the odd ones like Invincible that we do week by week. They all kind of blend the same. So I just guess at random at that point. So I mean, it's going to be weird predictions, but it's just for fun.
It's still enjoyable. Yeah, it's so fun. Even if you don't guess it right, it's still very fun to hear what you think are the top three and worst three. So, my favorite episode was episode 10 with a 10 out of 10.
Damn, I thought that would be an episode where you think because it's the highest rated. I thought that would be one where you're like people are overrating it just because it was the finale and they did certain things with the characters that they then didn't like do anything with because there was no season 3.
I don't even look at that kind of stuff. That's why, like, I'm so different from what are the opinions online.
Okay.
So my second favorite was episode 8, and it's surprising because this is another 10 out of 10. And I remember that one. It's the on death, and the girl call to action was enjoyable. I like that. She's like, oh, but I got my life, but no, like duty calls, and now she must place herself. Like she started that hero's journey where she's forced into like taking action and that kind of stuff. That was wonderful. I like that so much. Now my third favorite is when everything drops. So you did hear 2 10s. Now my third favorite, I'm looking into my notes right now, and I don't want to lie. I'm really looking into it, and it seems like it's episode 1 with a 6.5 out of 10. Keep in mind, this is my third favorite.
Yeah, that is some high ratings right there.
So my first issue with that one: pacing, opening sequence taking forever to end, telling instead of showing again, plot convenience, dropping the wallet so she knows like who she is and that kind of stuff. Dialogue was horrendous, bro. It's like, no, pow.
Yeah, I mean that's why it's one of my worst. I thought maybe you would enjoy it. I don't know.
That was one of my favorites, but that was still really bad, bro. The more I think of season 2, the worse it becomes. I think it's actually on par with season 1. Just looking at my notes.
Yeah, I mean, season 1 was like I would say, fucking. I don't know if it was quite Inhumans or Gotham Knights level, but I would say just
It was. Well, actually, it was slightly better, but
because I would say both of those are like a 1.5, and then She-Hulk like a 1. I would say and Runaway season 2 a 1. And I would say it's just like 0.5 better than Inhumans and Gotham Knights like a 2.
So okay, so now coming into worst 3, this will be funny. I'm looking at my notes to make sure I get it right. Episode 6 with a 4 out of 10. Pacing, repeating stuff we know. Not funny because they tried to be. Musical, I didn't like the musical aspect. Even if the music was decent most of the time, like the musical aspect was, why? The dialogue annoys me. So that was most likely more men hating or cop hating, something like that, or something about colors. Stuff happened without proper explanation. Dialogue is awful, not funny. Plot convenience, the main character bumping into the other lead, showing instead of telling. That was bad. That was a 4 out of 10. So, my second worst would be episode 4 with a 4.5 out of 10. The dialogue was bad, can't aim, dialogue, plot convenience bumping into racist cops. Hell yeah, we like that. Plot convenience bumping into a criminal in the bus. Telling instead of showing. Characters just happen to know when the mother and son left. Not properly explained how she broke rules and got her power back. Things happen just because things happens. Welcome to Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger. So right now I'm looking to my notes to find my third least favorite. This is a hard one because I say a bunch of 5.5, so I guess I will pick that one. Episode 9. Pacing. Lightning. Plot convenience. The guy being near the explosion at the moment of the explosion. Telling instead of showing. The female villain ain't a victim. She's also a accomplice, but the show tried to tell you otherwise. Things happen without proper explanation. And this one was also 5.5 out of 10. So this is like my top 3 and worst 3, but there's like deeper discussion to have. I got a side note here. Side note. I hope the main character saying it's easy to leave someone comes from the character and not the writer. Because if it comes from the writer, it's not sensitive to people stuck into abusive relationships. Because people stuck into these, it's really hard to just leave because you have like a bunch of issues that latch on to that relationship. So it makes it really hard and challenging. And we got so many outbursts from Dagger. We got so many outbursts of anger over like saying you can leave, he's bad, like it's easy to leave. So I didn't really hold it that much against the show because I was like, maybe it's the character that speaks, because when someone doesn't understand the challenge, it's normal to have that kind of reaction. But as I said, with these writer, I never know. Like if it's really coming from the writer that tells you the message, look, it's easy to get out of that, the writer are dumb and they don't know what they are talking about. That's why it's a side note. I don't know. What do you think happened with this specific case? Do you think it's the character or the writer?
The writer.
Okay, so I hit the nail right. So the writer were damn stupid on that. Okay,
Yeah.
so I will actually hold it against the show now that I'm not crazy and it's more than just a character. So next up would be the show goes out of its way to say cops are useless or corrupt. Am I crazy to see that? They like every cop is either corrupt or useless and they're poking fun at it.
Well, I mean, I don't know like 100% what the show was trying to like say or go for this one, but what I will say is just like, with a lot of shows like this and others, they do similar things, and I don't think they're trying to say like, with all of them or all aspects. They're just, it's just that there are, a good chunk of like things with like police in real life and everything where there are like a handful of corrupt ones and who do certain things, and where it makes you think honestly like if there's even a point like it. I don't know how to like explain. I'm trying to think of like a good example of like what they're going for, but I mean, how do I I'll like maybe try to like explain this later off stream because I'm blanking on it right now. But there were movies and stuff I've watched that like tried to do similar things that weren't like grouping all of them. They're just making a statement about certain things and to like reflect on and with like certain examples where it's like they only make certain things worse compared to like what bystanders kind of do, where it's like it makes you think, with like that, and like power like that is the answer to certain things, like, but it's not saying they aren't helpful in like all situations, or all of them are like that. And I think that's what the show was trying to do. Now I don't think it did it well, but that's what it was trying to basically do, I think.
Okay, at least I see it. Like I understand, like sometimes some movies and shows do point that one out on a
Yeah,
smart way, but here I just don't know with these
yeah,
writers.
I don't know.
It's-
I just think that's like what the majority of these like shows and movies that you like point that out with are trying to at least do and like show, especially with like them break in police protocol with certain things. I think that's just what they're trying to do. They're not trying to like, say it as a grand scale thing. It's just like with certain shows and movies like this, they do a bad job with it, and they also with like getting the message across. And like that Black Panther 2 thing, that's a good example. It's like what they probably meant to do there. Like I would have to rewatch the film because I don't remember seeing exactly, but you just said that character basically just shot up a random police station, right?
yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah.
I think what they were trying, I don't know if it was like I think like maybe I'll rewatch the film and I'll see if we missed something that explains it, because we've done that before, like with stuff like the menu where that like guy from the boat comes on, like a police guy, and you're like, it's convenient that he's just like on board with it, but then you see in the background that he's putting back his chef coat on, which then you realize, oh, he was actually part of the group. He was just acting as like a boat and police guy in that scene in the menu. So I'll like, I'm gonna like try to rewatch it and see if I missed anything. But if I didn't, and if we didn't, then yeah, it was a really
I'm not
bad scene.
rewatching this shit, bro.
Yeah, I'll do
I
so,
suffered
but
enough with
I'll
Wakanda
do so.
Forever.
But if we didn't, and it is a really bad scene. But what once again, what they were trying, I think, go for is they were probably meant to like do something like that, like depict that police station as being very as one of the odd ones that are like super corrupt and super like racist on the inside, and that also like tormented that character's community, and even like murdered people for years.
Yeah,
But they didn't show it in scenes, or they forgot to tell it properly and show it, so it just looks like they're shooting up a random police station and people doing their job for no reason.
yeah,
I think that's like what and yeah, this is kind of the same thing here. They forgot to show it properly, certain things.
yeah. So I got another side note. Why is every man in the show is a piece of shit? This now includes the main character father, and
Because men
this
are bad,
and this feels like they course corrected it, because in season one he felt like a really cool guy, but then they were like, oh, this season like we talk about abusive men's, and I'm fine with that kind of teams, because they happen in real life, but here's the thing: you need balance. You need to showcase that there are people that do stand up, but no, in this show, like the one person that should be a good guy end up being the main villain. It's like, are you kidding me? Are you taking a shit at me? Really? Really? It's irritating, it's frustrating, it's stupid. It's straight up stupid. Every man is wrong in this TV show. And I'm fine with having villains as men. It's normal. It's comic book, but the sole fact that not a single good man is around this season just rubbed me off the wrong way. Like, I'm fine with woman lead. I'm fine with all these women having screen time and that kind of stuff. But what I'm not fine with is how they depict that every man is a monster. Because this is what the show tells us with season 2. And I think it's kind of outraged, because if I have kids, for example, I will make sure they stay away from that show, because I don't want to give them some ideas that, oh, all men are bad. No, they exist. Some men are villains. Some men are abusive, and we need to talk about it. But we need to do it with respect and balance. This show has no balance whatsoever. It has none. Like, name me one good guy in season two.
Um,
Actually,
uh,
two, because now I can think of one. But even there, he has such a small role that you
what
may
about
forget.
that? Like, what about that? Like one old guy in the background ordering coffee.
We don't know what. I
I
don't
don't know.
know. But the one
Uh,
guy I could come up with is like the father of the second lead. But even there, he's like a minor character. He has barely screen time. He just appears because he appears.
yeah.
He's not even a character.
Well, to be fair, I think the show was more just like because I think one thing the show is trying to do is it's really trying to like show each character going through like the worst moments in their life to in some scenes like their breaking point, that people go through in life all the time, and they're not toxic or asshole people, but even at those points they'll act like that or have like moments, and I think that's what the show was trying to do, and kind of show it, sort of like with like other movies we have watched recently with certain characters. I think they just kind of like forgot to accurately do it with the female characters too, to an extent, because like I don't think they realize how psychotic some can act, but okay.
And yeah, um like most of these men are one dimensional on top of being bad characters. Like the villain adds some kind of flair at some extent.
Oh well, the villain. I'm
But
not even talking about the villains, but the villains, yeah, they're just one dimensional. They're shit.
well, the guy I thought wasn't that one dimensional. The girl was, and they tried to defend her and say she's also a victim, but she wasn't. But here it's clearly writing
She's a
department.
victim, like the character in Gen
No,
V.
no, she's not a victim. She's a goddamn monster.
That
um,
Balti was about to say bitch, but then he would get canceled.
yeah, but yeah, it's
But
like
it's fine. Listen, we say it with male or female, all right? That one just
yeah,
happens to be a female bitch, all right? There's nothing
yeah,
sexist about
exactly,
that, all right? Like
exactly.
it, all right, like the one, Joaquin Phoenix is a bitch in Napoleon, all right?
Yeah, he's a bitch. He's a cow. Yeah, like so. This season actually got worse as I am thinking and talking about it with you. Um, so it had the same issues as season one. It's like lightning, editing, pacing, telling instead of showing. Stuff just suddenly happened because reasons. This is the show in a nutshell. They do set up rules, and when they set up rules, I liked it. I was like, oh, that's cool. We need more of this. But they just set up rules when they feel like it's easy rules, so let's make these rules because it's easy. It's like they didn't really thought through these rules. They were like, oh, that's simple. Let's just make it simple. So there's no like layers or nuance. This show is just really bad. Um and I actually feel like it's actually maybe slightly worse than season one. Because thinking back, the second lead didn't add much material, and we were in season two. Here again, it felt like the only character that mattered was the main character, and maybe like the girlfriend because she lost her aunt. And I like the girlfriend a lot. The girlfriend character was really good this season. I also enjoyed Mayhem. Mayhem was a good character, like the detective. She's called Mayhem. I like the detective. Did you like the detective, Cole?
I didn't really. Again, I didn't really like the detective because I didn't really like really many of the characters in this season, like per se. But the detective was, I would say, definitely a lot more like intriguing in scenes than other characters.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah, I don't really have too much more after that. But
what makes me sad, as I said, like the only good men they missed the opportunity on was like the guy in charge of that group chat. he ended up being the villain, but like it would have been a great character if he was just a good guy trying to help. But no, he was a damn villain. Um, so yeah, I thought like this season had improved on a few things, but it's still a really bad show. I would not recommend. Like the I were higher than season one, but the lows were also lower than season one. That's the other thing.
That's the
And
best way to describe that. I would also say the same thing about Powers season 2.
and that's funny because it had potential again. Like I still feel like Powers had more potential, but Cloak and Dagger has interesting gimmick, interesting lore that I liked. It's just handled by stupid writer that don't know what the f they are doing there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree. I do think they have potential to do something interesting with these characters, and if you read the comics, however, I don't think like even if they were to do it right, I don't think these characters needed a whole show. Honestly, I think they could have done more better with like
One season like
yeah, like a mini series of like 5 episodes or even
yeah.
something like that. And
Well,
then like shorter episodes.
I could see like a 10 episode season. I can see it happening if
Yeah,
it's
just
handled by good
trying to do something
writers.
like this though, trying to make like a CW show with those characters. It's
But
not going to work. And same thing with Powers, honestly. But I mean, the one that I say had the most potential again is Runaways. Even if they fucked them up the most, because it
yeah,
was actually a with the characters and everything, it was set up to be made into like an interesting like Stargirl level television show that could keep going with what they had to work with, but it was all idiots making it.
and on top of that, like who thought that was a good idea to have like 20 leads as main characters? Like you have 10 episodes, bro. Like don't do
Yeah,
this shit.
it's like watching that Sing film. We need to please every demographic, make sure they all are winners. Okay.
It's like right now I'm writing like I'm almost done writing a Bible for a fantasy series. I plan on writing a fantasy novels, and that has a world of magic, and I know it will be a big world because I always see things big. I don't like to go small. I go big. Um, so because of that, like each volume will like be focused around certain character or certain parts of the lore, so I expand enough on that so I don't end up like with 20 characters for like one story. It just doesn't work. You
Yeah,
need to think. uh you just cannot do that.
and you'll actually have some good diversity in there that will where it's like their character isn't just them being diverse; it'll actually just be a character,
Yeah,
right?
and
Unlike what on some shows are doing.
I will think through character arcs and that kind of stuff. And I feel like Runaways, some characters that character arc, but others don't. And it's normal because you got freaking 20 characters in your cast. Like,
Yeah.
how can you please everyone? It's just impossible.
You said though one of your characters was gay though, right?
Yeah, yeah, and that's another novel actually.
Damn it! I guess MSK isn't gonna buy your book. Damn it.
But that's another story. Like I write a lot. The one I spoke about, the gay character, is it's sci-fi, and the Bible I just almost finished making. I will look at it again, but that's fantasy. So I have a lot of ideas. I like to make stories. That's why.
I definitely have ideas too, and for like film screenplays, and a lot of them involve just like they sort of are like, how do I say, trying to think of some examples of like films you watched that you liked, but I would say something like I know you didn't like this one that much, and it's not going to be like this one. It's just like the closest I can think of an example right now is just something like After Sun. I would say
Yeah.
that isn't the style I'm going for exactly, but something like that where it's not like sci-fi or fantasy or anything, but it's like just it is fictional, like a a made up character or something, but in like a real situation that other people gone through, and that those are basically, I would say, that's basically like most of the screenplay ideas I have right now. For certain things, like I would say one that I had is like I would say like some like I don't know, like wanna I'll tell you in the DMs later, because
Okay,
what,
perfect.
I've heard some stories about people stealing fucking ideas. I don't want that done.
That's why I
Fuck
don't
the-
give away too much details about what I'm doing. But yeah,
Yeah. I'll say that one involves like pro wrestling, another one involves like drug abuse, and that's all I'll say.
yeah, yeah. I cannot wait to talk about it of
Yeah,
stream.
but anyway, I mean, if you have not much else to say, I mean,
Yeah,
it,
I don't. Cloak and Dagger second season for me is actually worse than one when I
really,
think
wow.
back. I think I would give like a 4 out of
I mean,
10
I'll give it like a 3. So it's like
because
one better.
some of my issues, or actually some of my side notes turned into issues. That's the thing. Like,
Jesus.
I the highs are higher and the lows are lower, and I feel like they also wasted time and they wasted character. That's why I feel like it's actually worse than one. And not that one was good, it's just not good at all. Like, you become like from a 5 to a 4. It's like, bro, no, it just doesn't work. And looking back, like, I just don't think it's anything higher than a 4. Cloak and Dagger, forgettable, really bad. Like, I like what they did with some of the character. I like the lore, but the execution and like the theme of abuse, and I like the theme of abuse, but you need to be smart and clever when you tackle that, because this is a serious matter and you can really affect people this way. So be smart, or don't abort it. Don't talk about it. Like, I don't know as of right now if I have the firepower in writing department to tackle that kind of issue. And because of that, I won't tackle that kind of issues in my novel. I will tackle other issues I'm comfortable with. Um, Anyhow, this was bad. I'm glad I'm done with Cloak and Dagger. And now, Agents of Shield Season 5, the last topic. Now, I gotta say, it's a bit sad. Or actually, maybe it's good. I don't know. I haven't had time to rewatch the entire thing. I've seen most of it. I've seen the last 2 episodes, but I skipped over like 17, 18, 19, 20. So I skipped over like 4 episodes by the end of the season, but I still watched like 21 and 22, and anything like from 1 to 16. So I really like skipped a chunk of episode there because I didn't have time to rewatch the entire thing. Anyhow, what did you think of Agents of Shield season 5? All that thought. I will be right back shortly. It won't take too long.
Okay, yeah, Agents of Shield season 5. Yeah, really didn't enjoy very much. Again, I hope season 7's good from what Malty said, but I feel like season 4 through 6 is going to be really rough. And yeah, this was no different. Half of the characters I liked, half of the characters I didn't really like. The writing, kind of the same thing. It's like half of it, it got going, but then it led nowhere, and then the other half was just like, what are we doing? It was just a bunch of shitty filler. It's like they ran out of ideas after they were backed into a corner by the MCU almost. I liked Ghost Rider, though. Unlike before, I like that character. I would say probably my favorite. Hold on. Am I having issues here? Okay, sorry. I thought I was having mic issues. My bad. But yeah, and I know they only just they didn't have him for long, but still probably my favorite character out of the cast there. The action, once again, I think just kind of fell off a cliff compared to previous seasons, and the choreography. I kind of like the villain in this season. Honestly, I like probably one of my favorite parts about that too. Um, and the music was forgettable, and the editing was all right. And yeah, that's about it really for my pros and cons. Yeah, sorry if you like didn't hear any of that because you were gone. But I guess
So
for episodes,
season 5. So overall, season 5. Would you think it's a step down or a step up compared to season 4?
um, I mean, compared to season 4, I would say it's a step up, but I would still say it's not a very good season at all
I I
to me.
I I agree. Well, actually, I understand, but I thought that was a step down. But anyhow, go on. What would be your
Really?
top 3 and worst 3? Yeah.
Oh, my top 3, probably episode 12, episode. What's the one episode again? I'm thinking of. It was. Sorry, episode 12, episode 2, and episode 6. And I would say episode 5 is like a close fourth. And then my bottom 3 would be episode 20, episode 17, and episode 4. Uh, yeah, probably say it. Also, one thing though, was Ghost Rider in the season? Because I'm forgetting. I'm getting it
No.
mixed up. Okay, I got it mixed up with fucking last season. Holy fuck!
He
I
came
said
back, Ghost Rider came back at the end of season 4 to end Ida, and that was it. No, there was no Ghost
Oh,
Rider
okay,
at
I
all.
got it mixed. First, I think I'm. Oh my god! I think this is what happened. I think I accidentally rewatched one of the episode with him from season 4 because I was seeing if like my mind would my
Or maybe
mindset.
he come back for one episode. Maybe that's the thing, but I'm not quite sure.
I don't know because I thought he came in there for like in here for like one episode, and I was saying
Maybe,
even though he was
maybe
like in here like barely at all, like he was kind of my favorite character though this time, and despite what I said about him last season, because I think I have a bit of a change of heart now. I think I'm starting to like him a bit more. However, I think
that was
I
when he
might.
came back at the end of season 4 because he came
Yeah,
back like one episode or 2 episodes. I can't remember, but
yeah,
like
that's the thing. I think what happened was I was rewatching like that season 4 episode to like see if, because you were given such praise, and I was like, I'm gonna see if I missed anything. And I think then afterwards I accidentally put it with season 5 and thought
yeah,
it was a part of season 5.
that was like he is mentioned in season 5, and he is some kind of plot thread to explain why Coulson is dying in season 5. Because he basically did a deal with Ghost Rider by the end of season 4. But that's really at the end of season 4. But yeah, he came back at the end of season 4. I missed 4 episodes of season 5 on the rewatch, so but I don't think he is part of any of these 4 episodes.
Okay.
Maybe he is, but that's less likely. I'd
Okay,
say.
my bad there, but yeah, I mean, I will say, speaking of Coulson, though, I mean, I guess he would probably be my favorite character then this season, if not, but I don't think it was perfect. I think there were, how do I say, they kind of rushed certain things, and then they kind of dragged things out too long, and I didn't feel the impact fully, but I would still say out of the full cast, I liked him the most.
And I'm with you on that. Coulson has always been a stand-up character, one of my favorite characters in the show. With Daisy and him are characters
Yeah,
I
well, I mean,
enjoy
I didn't
so
really
much.
like Daisy as much this season. I thought was more. I don't know. I wanted more from the character, and I feel like there are points where they really pushed Daisy to the side when I feel like they could have done a bit more.
Yeah, like for me, like Daisy is just an amazing character every time I rewatch, and I'm excited to rewatch again the show to like really rewatch the end and to do like more videos about it. But yeah, so do you have more to add about season 5?
No, that's about it.
Okay.
But
What
if you
did you
want
think?
me,
What
oh
did you
sorry.
think? What did you think of both villains? So the Krees, what did you think of them?
Um, well, as I said, I had a lot of issues with the writing and the rest of the characters outside of that. The filmmaking, fight choreography, like the pacing and everything. But and usually I have an issue with the villains, but surprisingly, I didn't mind them this season. I feel like you might have hated them, but I didn't mind them this season. I liked what they were kind
Krees.
of doing with them. Yeah.
The Krees were amazing villains, but my issues was the freaking backup villains, the general and her
I
stupid
mean,
daughter.
I can
I
understand
truly hate
that,
these
but
two.
I I feel like they had good ideas with them still. Poor execution and didn't really belong in the later half. But I feel like I feel like there were redeeming aspects in the performances and such where I didn't
Both
mind them.
both actors did great job, but I just thought both characters were really freaking stupid, one-dimensional shit. I don't know what they were thinking. Like
Yeah, but
they were
I do
taking a
think there were
shit
other
with this
things that kind of like
character.
redeemed it a bit though. Like like a lot of people hated the villains in Shazam 2, and there were definitely a fair share of issues there, but I think there were other things that kind of redeemed it a bit where I didn't hate it.
Yeah. Well, I guess now that you talked in length, I will talk about season 5. So this was my second time watching this season. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to watch like a chunk of episode like from 17 to 20, but I did watch 21, 22, and I did rewatch 1 to 16. Shout out to episode 5. You are a wonderful episode, but you're not perfect. Like in my art, you're one of the top tiers, but you had an issue, so unfortunately, you didn't end up being one of my favorite. But like deep in my art, you are up there. You are good. You're like Invincible episode 4. Anyhow, before I talk too deep, I will ask you, what do you think is my top 3 and worst 3?
I would say your top three is episode 5, episode 10, and episode 12. And then I would say your worst three are episode 3, episode, I will say 20, and episode,
20, I haven't had time to
oh,
rewatch.
okay. Then I'll say episode 18
I
and
haven't had
episode,
time.
oh, okay. Episode 16
Okay, I had time that one, yeah.
and episode 17.
17, I didn't add time. That's
Okay, then I'll
like from
say
17 to 20, it's a blackout.
okay, I'll say episode 13 as well then.
Okay, so it's time for me to screen share. Where are
Yeah,
you?
so you're gonna do like a video on this or something? Is that why you're making the tiers for these ones?
Well, actually, I will reset it. It's mainly to have an idea once we are done covering the
I see, I
show.
see.
But I will reset it for sure because for future video I will do a new one because I will have a different experience with the show since it's a third watch. Anyhow, actually I need to move them down a tier just because they are in season 5. So I will do that right now. They all move down a tier. There we go. Wait, computer, don't do this shit. There we go. And I will say the 9.5, they deserve to stay there. Anyhow, my top three. Principia, 10 out of 10. One of the best episodes we had so far. Amazing one. I liked it. So this is 512. This is the 100 episode special. Each time it hit really hard. It's a really good one. 14, Rise and Shrine is another 10 out of 10. Flawless, amazing, wonderful. And Orientation, 5-1, another 10 out of 10. And sadly, Fun and Games, you're on top of S, but you had an issue, so you didn't belong any higher. The worst three are actually these two are a bit higher. There we go.
Oh, nice. So I will just say one thing. After you do this, there's
Yep.
something I need to show you, and it's gonna want you to. It's gonna make you want to do some dark things to yourself. Let's just say that.
Okay. So Rewind is one of my least favorite. I had so many issues. The story was very contrived. I hated this shit. The same goes for episode 3 and 2. That was very contrived, but like it had so many plot convenience, plot armor. Like each time someone fought a freaking Kree, they survived despite like getting hit by super strength. Whatever, man. Whatever. What do you want to show me now?
Oh well, we can do it after we give our ratings and such.
Okay. So season 5, it breaks my heart because I thought the Krees were some of the best villain in the show. They were just placed in that really bad season. And I thought like the love interest of the main villain Kasaya, like the girl, she was wow. I like that actress. I like that character. Good job, girl. Do it. Show us. But then you got these dog shit villain in the back half. I don't know what they were thinking. They are hands down the worst villain the show had. So annoying, one dimensional. Oh, sexism. Oh, I'm powerful and you are powerful and only us matter. The rest of the world are dumb and pointless and weak. Oh, and Talbot, bruh, what happened to you, man? Talbot, you should have died from that bullet in the end. They brought you back to pull up some shitty story with you. I don't know. Bro, Talbot. What did you think of Talbot? General that turned into a weapon.
Again, performance, yeah. I mean, everything else, not the strongest, but again, redeeming aspects where I didn't mind it, but it definitely wasn't, good.
I like the actor. The actor did wonderful job with shitty,
Yeah, I think
awful
that's what
material.
saved it from being something that I disliked.
It's so sad because you got that actor that makes things relevant and that makes things really good, playing these shitty character that don't make any sense. But anyhow,
I mean, probably give us a 4.5.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So I like the action. Seeing Coulson go away like that is sad, but it felt right because they were running out of ideas for his character. That's why they deleted that character in season 5. I thought the peak season for Coulson was season 3. Season 4, he had really solid material. I really
Wait
liked.
for season 6.
Oh, bro, he's not there.
Oh. Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah.
I can't even remember. I was just trying to make a joke because I thought you hated season 6.
Season 6 is awful, indeed. Season 6 is a low point.
Yeah, that is his best season because he's not there. He saved his career.
But the actor is still around. But Coulson character died. So that's the sad part. Coulson had a very interesting run. Season 5 did interesting stuff with Coulson, and he got deleted, but it still feels right. Because I feel like if they kept him for season 6, that wouldn't make any sense because they were already running out of ideas. Mac being in charge was great because Mac always felt like a really good boss, a really good team leader, and this goes back to I feel like that was the right time for Coulson to get deleted, because if you just make Coulson retire, it doesn't make sense because Coulson doesn't retire. He will die before he retire. That's why it also felt like the right moment to delete Coulson. And like giving Mac that new role of being the leader in season 6 was the only good thing about season 6. The other good thing would be like maybe Enoch, because Enoch is back, spoiler. And I will admit there's a third redeeming quality would be Daisy. She is amazing in season 6. But that's it. Season 6 is just dog shit. I cannot wait to rewatch this shit to roast it. But season 5, not only the plot was contrived, but this season it started to have pacing issues. A lot of talk that leads to nothing, like a lot of small talk that didn't really matter at all. Some of the humor didn't land. I think it lost what it was. Like season 1 and 2 are very light-hearted. Season 3 was slightly darker, but it still had that humor touch to it. It was still funny time by times. And I'd say the same with season 4. Like the back half, they tried to enlighten the mood, but they failed because the back half was just awful and unwatchable. But season 3 and 4, they went dark. In season 5, they kept that trend where it's no longer in season 1 and 2, even 3. Now it's just that moody feel where it's so dark and it's about survival. And I like the idea of survival. I think it was well handled. That first half of season 5 was really good. But there's the thing. It doesn't feel like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It feels like something else. And I cannot point out exactly why, what. Maybe on the third rewatch when I will eventually make videos about it, I will understand more what's wrong with season 5, but the tone just doesn't sit well with me. It just doesn't. And season 6 will double down on that. Season 6 will be let's talk and always about our feelings all the time with every single damn character. I will bash my head on the bed, I'm telling you. Season 5 had too many pep talks. There's a few pep talks that were decent and enjoyable. And I am the guy that will stand by Arrow. I am the guy that will stand by The Flash, you know? And these shows have bunch of pep talks. But Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. just doesn't feel right when they do that in later season. Because they still had a few pep talks in season 1, 2, and 3. But they felt right. They felt well written, well thought of, and they worked. Now it just doesn't work. I don't know why. I don't know
Well,
how.
they gave up on this show, after season 3.
Yeah, I think that's a clear explanation, and it's sad because it has so much potential. As I said, Daisy amazing. Like May add nothing. Like the only thing is, oh, now it's official. She's the thing with Coulson just before Coulson dies, or oh, now she has a daughter she never had before. But that's the thing only for this season because next season, forget it. She no longer is around. There's another elephant in the room. Goddamn time travel. What did you think of time travel in season 5? Do you think it made any sense? Do you think it was well written?
Well, it made as much sense as time travel in Endgame. And how much sense do you think that made?
Not that much. So, you see, this bothers me because it's really hard for sci-fi to make time travel work. but they still all want their own time travel shit. It's like, why, guys? Why? Really, why? So, Legion handled it very well. But that's the best example of time travel I could remember and see. And if we take that approach on a show that doesn't end on a season based on time travel, then it's an issue where you get attached to a cast that will anyway die off because that won't be the same cast next season. So it's like you force a reboot on your story, you force like unnatural things to happen on your story, and this is really bad. So what they were thinking? Really? Did they thought that was the last season and they got lucky to get renewed for season 6? But if it's the case, why did they tease stuff with season 6? I'm lost. This most recent watch made that season worse than my last viewing. My last viewing this season sit at a 6. This time around, I think it will sit between a 4 and a 5.
Wow, very, very rough. I mean, I kind of agree, but I do think there were things. I don't know. In my opinion, I think 4 is really, really bad. But this, well, it's definitely nowhere good. I think it's slightly better, just because I do think there was improvement in areas like the acting compared to season 4.
This I agree. This it's true.
Again, I'll give it like a 4 or a 4.5. It's, I would say, mediocre, but
So, like, the 5 is if all 4 episodes I missed are great, and the 4 is if all these 4 episodes I missed are bad.
So, I'm sure they're bad, but
that's why I gave between 4 and 5, and it's much worse because now I'm more critical and I see the show as someone that sees it a second time. And season 4 had redeemable qualities where the first half was wonderful, some of the best material the show did, but that's really the back half that shot on their own foot. With season 5, it's all over the place. We got really strong episodes, but really bad episodes. We got a great villain with Kasaya and his love interest, and we got shit villain like the mother, the daughter, and freaking Talbot now is a villain.
at least they're consistent with being non-consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Cannot wait to rewatch the painful 6th season and suffer through it.
I'm gonna have to drink some alcohol during that. Anyway, so this was a great stream.
Yeah.
So before we leave, though, I'm scared to show you this because I feel like this might make you want to do some bad things to yourself if you see this. This is gonna be a hilarious reaction. Okay, so I'll have to say, Malty, is they listened with your advice. All right.
Okay.
So,
now I'm worried about what's going on.
Okay, so they're making this now.
No, I'm scared. I just see the picture. No. The boys Mexico spin up. What? No.
They're gonna make a bunch of building the wall jokes.
No, wait. Is it a meme? I don't believe you.
It's by an official news Twitter account for this stuff, and by via Deadline.
This shit is real.
From what I'm hearing, apparently.
Why? Oh no. Why?
I mean, if you want, yeah, it seems like it's real. From there's news articles on it. It's in development at Amazon. Yep.
Please don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, they're doing it.
No.
Okay, well, listen.
I was joking when I said they would make a Mexico spin-off. I was
You
joking.
said that jokingly.
I was joking.
Oh, okay, listen. All right, if they're speaking in Spanish in the show, which they might be, then we won't watch it to save your sanity. But
Yeah,
maybe in the future though, down the line, just in case there's like any tie-ins to the boys, like if we ever have time, like we're
I will watch a recap somewhere to see what's going
yeah.
on.
Okay.
I'm not watching this shit if it's in Spanish.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it probably, I mean, will be. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I'll understand it even without subtitles because I'm trying to learn it, more with where I live now. But yeah,
I will actually try to learn Spanish as well, but I want
I
it
mean, out of
organic
all the
and not true.
out of all the languages, it's fairly easy, especially if you already know like English or French.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Like that's a mixture of both, and the main reason why I want that is because I want to travel like in South America, and I feel like when you travel, you need to know the language of the place you go at, because
Oh
otherwise,
yeah,
like, uh, you seem like a tourist that can be taken advantage of, and not only that, you seem like a
yeah.
parasite.
Oh yeah, that yeah, I completely agree with that part.
Like,
Again, they 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 really try to take advantage of tourists here, especially
yeah,
at like the border, because here you have to go like every 3 or 4 months to the border in like Nicaragua or Panama until you get residency. And there will
yeah,
be tons of people trying to take advantage and saying you don't have the right paperwork, even though you do, and pay me $300 and I'll do it all for you. And they do jack shit. And me and my friends did a lot of research before going here, and we know the language decently well, so we didn't fall for it. But I'm sure a lot of tourists do. So yeah, that's something good to have. But I mean, if you're gonna go anywhere, I would say just
I won't
uh,
go alone. That's the other thing. I will never travel to these
uh,
places alone
well, yeah, I
because
mean, I wouldn't
that's a
travel anywhere alone.
really
I wouldn't
trash
even travel to
idea.
like America alone or Canada again. Like,
Yeah,
I wouldn't travel anywhere alone. But I mean, if I would travel like anywhere that's like Spanish speaking, I mean, probably like uh I was gonna say Argentina, but they're having a lot of crises right now, and they just elected some literal like neo-Nazi who wants to like cancel everything as president. So probably not there, but I mean, any places like maybe uh, like I don't know how the Ivory Coast is, but I don't know. Any place, I guess we can talk about later. I mean, I don't want to just say like this
yeah,
place as one, but I mean, if you want like the most, I mean, if you want like the most like, well, you're guaranteed to be like, I mean, like that's not to say like any of these places are like dangerous or anything. Obviously, it's like they're no more dangerous than places like just going to fucking Chicago or something. Well, at least the proper ones. Obviously, like don't fucking go to like don't go to like the heart of Mexico where the cartel is or anything. But the normal places, yeah, obviously they're fine. They're not dangerous, but just in case, so if you just want to like double check and make sure, then the more touristy places would be stuff like, especially here in Costa Rica, would be stuff like places called Herradura and Jaco.
yeah. I heard
Down,
about these places.
yes, and San Jose is the main city in Costa Rica, and I mean it's where it's like in 2 hours or so away from there, from that starting point. And but it's like the main city, and it has all the malls and places there that everywhere else doesn't. But it's definitely not the greatest place to live, though. It's sort of like living in like Atlanta, but it's just kind of like a like a just like a city that's like kind of, how do I say, uh like not dangerous or anything, but I don't know. The best way to like describe like Atlanta, for example, is just like, oh, like not just like not really like sights to see or anything like that. Like just like it's just like every block around the the neighborhood is kind of the same for the most part in like certain parts there. And I would say that's like San Jose in a nutshell. It isn't like the prettiest or like best place to live. Not really somewhere I'd pick, but definitely somewhere you have to like travel to though, like every month or so to do things.
Yeah. Anyhow, that was a great evening again. Thank you a lot. I'm very thankful to you, Gray and DC guys are amazing.
Yeah,
Cannot wait for next
sure
week.
You're very happy about that spin-off news, yeah.
That spin-off needs to die right now. I
Yeah.
hope it will never be born.
Yeah, well, and just for the record, I'm gonna try to learn like Korean or something, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Anyhow, I'm hungry, and thank you everyone for watching. And Cole, have a